Chapter 1: The Dust of Memories. The desert wind, a relentless sculptor, has been at work on my face for what feels like an eternity. Each grain of sand, each gust of hot, stinging air etches another line, another wrinkle, another testament to the passage of time, a time that has bled away, leaving behind only the bitter dregs of memory. I am old. Older than the oldest olive tree clinging precariously to the rocky slopes of this forsaken land. Older, perhaps, than the stories they tell of the great flood, though I remember a deluge of a different kind, one that drowned not the earth but the soul. They call me Eliana, a whisper of a name carried on the wind like the seeds of desert flowers, fragile and easily lost. It wasn't always my name. Once I bore a different title, one that resonated with power and reverence, Seer. They came to me then, not weathered and alone, but adorned in finery, their eyes gleaming with avarice and desperation. They sought guidance, prophecies, glimpses into the tapestry of fate. I gave them what they desired, but at what cost? Now I live in a cave carved into the side of a barren cliff, a solitary sentinel watching the sun rise and fall, marking the endless cycle of days. My only companions are the scorpions that scuttle across the stone floor and the hawks that circle overhead, their keen eyes mirroring my own, though their vision is clearer, less clouded by regret. My past is a labyrinth, a twisting maze of choices and consequences, each turn leading to a dead end paved with the bones of my former self. I try not to dwell on it, but the memories are persistent, like the desert heat, seeping into my bones, refusing to be banished. It started, as most tragedies do, with a whisper of power, a whisper of knowledge, a whisper that promised to unlock the secrets of the universe. I was young then, barely more than a girl, with a burning thirst for understanding that the priests in the temple could not quench. I yearned to know the why behind the what, to understand the intricate workings of the world, the divine machinery that kept the stars in their courses. The temple was my prison, gilded though it was. My parents, devout followers of the one God, had dedicated me to the service of the temple from birth. They saw it as an honor, a path to righteousness. I saw it as a cage. I learned the scriptures, I chanted the prayers, I performed the rituals, but my heart remained restless. The words felt hollow, the rituals empty. I yearned for something more, something deeper. I sought answers in the ancient texts, poring over crumbling scrolls in the dusty archives, but the priests discouraged such pursuits. Faith, Eliana, they would say, their voices laced with disapproval. Faith is all you need. But faith, I discovered, was a fickle thing, easily swayed by doubt, easily shattered by reality. I saw the hypocrisy that festered within the temple walls, the priests who preached poverty but lived in luxury, the leaders who spoke of compassion but ruled with an iron fist. I saw the suffering of the poor, the injustice of the powerful, and the silence of the divine. My doubts grew, festering like a wound, until they threatened to consume me. I confided in no one, fearing judgment, fearing expulsion. I retreated into myself, seeking solace in the solitude of the temple gardens. It was there, beneath the shade of an ancient fig tree, that I first heard the whisper. It was not a voice, not in the traditional sense. It was more of a feeling, a presence, a subtle vibration in the air. It resonated within me, A chord struck deep within my soul. It spoke of hidden knowledge, of forbidden truths, of powers beyond my wildest imaginings. I dismissed it at first, attributing it to my overactive imagination, to the weariness of my spirit. But the whisper persisted, growing stronger with each passing day. It lured me with promises of enlightenment, of understanding, of becoming something more than just another nameless priestess in a forgotten temple. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of orange and purple, I followed the whisper to a hidden chamber beneath the temple, a place forbidden to all but the high priest. It was a small, circular room, its walls lined with shelves overflowing with ancient texts, scrolls bound in leather and papyrus. The air was thick with the scent of dust and decay, of secrets long forgotten. In the center of the room stood a single pedestal, upon which rested a strange obsidian stone. It pulsed with a faint, inner light, a mesmerizing glow that seemed to draw me in. As I approached the stone, the whisper intensified, filling my mind with images and sensations, with fragments of knowledge that seemed to pour into me, unbidden and overwhelming. I reached out and touched the stone. The world exploded. Colors swirled before my eyes, sounds echoed in my ears, and my mind raced with a torrent of thoughts and images that I could not comprehend. I saw visions of the past, of the present, and of the future, all intertwined and indistinguishable. I saw empires rise and fall. I saw wars rage and end. I saw the faces of people I had never met, their lives unfolding before me like a tapestry woven from threads of joy and sorrow, of love and loss. And then, as quickly as it began, it stopped. I staggered back, gasping for air, my head spinning, my body trembling. The obsidian stone was still, its inner light dimmed, but something within me had changed. I knew things that I had not known before. I saw the world with new eyes, and I felt a power coursing through me that I could not control. I had become the seer. The high priest discovered my transgression the next morning. He found me in the hidden chamber, slumped against the pedestal, the obsidian stone gleaming innocently in the dawn light. His face was a mask of fury. "You have defiled this sacred place," he roared, his voice echoing through the chamber. "You have touched the stone of seeing, a relic forbidden to all but the high priest. You have broken your vows, Eliana. You have betrayed your God." I tried to explain, to tell him of the whisper, of the knowledge I had gained, but he would not listen. He accused me of heresy, of consorting with dark forces, of seeking power beyond my station. "You will be punished," he declared, his eyes burning with righteous anger. "You will be cast out of the temple, stripped of your title, and banished to the desert to repent for your sins." And so I was cast out, stripped of my robes, my possessions, and my name. I was given only a water skin, a loaf of bread, and a tattered cloak, and then I was driven into the wilderness, left to wander aimlessly under the unforgiving sun. I survived barely. The desert was a harsh mistress, testing my limits, pushing me to the brink of despair. I scavenged for food, I drank from stagnant pools, and I sought shelter in caves and under rocky outcroppings. But I was not alone. The whisper was still with me, guiding me, protecting me, whispering secrets in my ear. It taught me how to survive in the desert, how to find water, how to avoid danger. It showed me the paths to take, the places to avoid. And it showed me the future. I saw the future of the temple that had cast me out. I saw its walls crumble, its priests fall, its glory fade into dust. I saw a new power rise in the land, a power that would challenge the old ways, a power that would reshape the world. And I saw my role in it all. I was not meant to be a priestess in a temple. I was meant to be something more. I was meant to be a seer. I spent years wandering the desert, hunting my skills, learning to control the power that flowed through me. The whisper became my constant companion, my guide, my teacher. I learned to interpret the visions, to decipher the prophecies, to see the threads of fate that connected all things. And slowly, word of my ability spread. People began to seek me out, traveling from far and wide to hear my prophecies, to seek my guidance. They came with offerings of food, of water, of precious metals. They came with questions about the future, about their lives, about their destinies. And I gave them what they desired. I told them of the wars that were coming, of the famines that would ravage the land, of the leaders who would rise and fall. I told them of the dangers that lay ahead, and I offered them advice on how to avoid them. I became known as Eliana, the seer of the desert, a woman of power and mystery, a woman who could see the future. But power, I would soon learn, comes at a price, and the price of seeing the future is often the loss of the present. The desert wind howls outside my cave, a mournful lament that echoes the sorrow in my heart. The sun is setting, casting long shadows across the barren landscape. Another day has passed, and I am one day closer to the end. But the end is not yet. There is still a story to be told, a story of power and betrayal, of love and loss, of faith and doubt. A story that began with a whisper in the dark and will end, perhaps, with a whisper in the dust. The dust of memories, that is all that remains, and the whisper never leaves. Chapter 2: The Weight of Prophecy. The weight of prophecy is a heavy burden, a crown of thorns pressing into the skull, a constant reminder of the futures foreseen, the tragedies witnessed in the mind's eye. It's a solitude unlike any other, knowing the inevitable, watching it unfold, helpless to alter the course of events, like a spectator at a play where the ending is already written in blood. People came to me seeking answers, seeking solace, but I offered them only glimpses of their own doom, sugar-coated with hope, but ultimately laced with the poison of truth. The gifts they brought eased the physical hardships of desert life, filling my cave with dried meats, sweet dates, and finely woven blankets. But no offering could lighten the burden I carried, the knowledge of the calamities to come. I saw plagues sweep through the land, turning bustling cities into silent graveyards. I saw kingdoms crumble under the weight of their own greed and ambition. I saw loved ones betray each other, families torn apart by jealousy and hatred. And I saw my own downfall, lurking in the shadows of the future, a dark and shapeless form that I could not quite define. I tried to warn them, to guide them, to steer them away from the paths that led to destruction. But free will, I discovered, is a stubborn thing, a force as powerful as any prophecy. People are often blind to their own flaws, deaf to the warnings of others, driven by their desires, even when those desires lead them to ruin. A young merchant, eager to expand his trade routes, sought my counsel. I saw his ships wrecked in a storm, his goods lost to the sea, his life cut short by pirates. I urged him to stay ashore to wait for a more auspicious time to sail. But he scoffed at my warnings, blinded by his ambition, convinced that his good fortune would protect him. He sailed anyway, and as I predicted, his ships were lost, his fortune vanished, and his bones now rest at the bottom of the sea. A lovelorn woman, desperate to win the heart of a nobleman, asked if their union was fated. I saw a marriage filled with bitterness and regret, a life of misery and despair. I told her to seek happiness elsewhere, to find someone who truly loved her. But she refused to believe me, convinced that her beauty and charm would conquer all. She married the nobleman, and as I predicted, her life became a living hell, a constant struggle against his infidelity and cruelty. She died young, her spirit broken, her beauty withered. I began to question the purpose of my gift. What good was it to see the future if I could not change it? What good was it to warn people of their doom if they refused to listen? Was I simply a messenger of fate, a herald of despair, doomed to watch helplessly as tragedy unfolded? The whisper offered no answers, only more visions, more prophecies, more glimpses into the endless tapestry of fate. It seemed to delight in showing me the suffering of others, as if to remind me of the power I possessed, the knowledge I held. I grew weary, my spirit worn down by the constant barrage of visions. I longed for peace, for silence, for a moment of respite from the endless stream of prophecies. I tried to block the whisper, to shut it out, but it was no use. It was a part of me now, woven into the fabric of my being, inseparable from my thoughts, my feelings, my very soul. To escape the constant influx of visions, I sought solace in the mundane tasks of survival. I gathered firewood, I drew water from the well, I cooked simple meals of dates and dried beans. I tried to focus on the present moment, to appreciate the simple pleasures of life, to forget, even for a moment, the burden of prophecy. One day, a group of travelers arrived at my cave, their faces etched with desperation. They were refugees fleeing from a war that had ravaged their homeland, their homes destroyed, their families scattered. They had heard of my abilities, and they came to me seeking guidance, seeking a safe place to rebuild their lives. I saw their future, a future filled with hardship and uncertainty, but also with hope and resilience. I saw them rebuilding their homes, planting their fields, raising their families. I saw them creating a new community, a new life, in the midst of the desert. For the first time in a long time, I felt a flicker of hope. Perhaps, I thought, my gift was not entirely useless. Perhaps I could use my abilities to help these people, to guide them through the difficult times ahead, to help them build a better future. I welcomed them into my cave, offering them food and shelter. I listened to their stories, I comforted their fears, and I offered them my guidance. I told them where to find water, where to plant their crops, where to build their homes. I helped them organize their community, to establish laws and customs, to resolve their disputes. And as I helped them, I felt a sense of purpose return to my life. I was no longer just a messenger of doom, a herald of despair. I was a guide, a protector, a beacon of hope in a dark and troubled world. The refugees prospered under my guidance. They built a thriving community in the heart of the desert, a testament to their resilience and their determination. They named their village Eliana's well, in honor of the woman who had helped them find a new life. For a time I was content. I had found a purpose, a community, a sense of belonging. I had escaped, at least for a while, the burden of prophecy. But fate, it seemed, had other plans for me. One day, a messenger arrived at Eliana's well, bearing a message from the king. The king had heard of my abilities, and he summoned me to his court. He sought my counsel, my guidance, my prophecies. I knew that accepting the king's invitation would mean returning to the world of power and politics, a world of intrigue and betrayal. I knew that it would mean exposing myself to danger, to temptation, to the very forces that I had tried to escape. But I also knew that I could not refuse. The king was the most powerful man in the land, and to defy him would be to put Eliana's well and all its inhabitants in grave danger. And so, with a heavy heart, I prepared to leave Eliana's well, to return to the world of prophecy and power. I knew that my time of peace was over, and that a new chapter of my life was about to begin. A chapter that would lead me down a dark and treacherous path, a path that would test my faith, my loyalty, and my very soul. I bid farewell to the refugees, promising to return as soon as I could. They wept as I left, fearing that they would never see me again. I tried to reassure them, to tell them that everything would be all right, but deep down I knew that I was lying. As I rode away from Eliana's well, I looked back one last time, and I saw the village shimmering in the distance, a beacon of hope in the vast and desolate desert. I prayed that it would survive, that it would continue to thrive, even in my absence. But the whisper in my ear told me otherwise. The whisper told me that darkness was coming, that a storm was brewing, that Eliana's well was doomed. And as I rode towards the king's court, I knew that I was riding towards my own doom as well. Chapter 3: The Serpent's Court. The king's court was a viper's nest, a swirling vortex of ambition, intrigue, and treachery. Every smile felt like a veiled threat, every compliment a carefully disguised insult. The air hummed with unspoken agendas, with whispered conspiracies, with the constant jockeying for power and favor. I felt like a lamb led to the slaughter, a naive shepherdess thrust into the midst of a pack of wolves. The palace itself was a monument to excess, a sprawling edifice of marble and gold, adorned with ornate carvings and shimmering tapestries. Servants scurried about like ants, attending to the whims of the courtiers, their faces blank and expressionless, as if they had long since learned to disassociate themselves from the moral decay that festered within the palace walls. King Thuron was a man of contradictions. He possessed a keen intellect and a sharp wit, but he was also prone to fits of rage and bouts of paranoia. He was a patron of the arts and sciences, but he also indulged in cruel and capricious acts. He was a strong ruler, but he was easily swayed by flattery and manipulation. His eyes, the color of storm clouds, seemed to pierce through me, assessing my worth, searching for any sign of weakness or deceit. He greeted me with a disarming smile, his voice smooth and honeyed. "Eliana, the seer of the desert," he said, rising from his throne to meet me. "I have heard much of your abilities. Your reputation precedes you." I bowed my head, offering him the respect due to his position. "Your Majesty," I replied, my voice steady despite the tremor in my heart. "I am honored to be in your presence." "Honor is a fleeting thing, Seer," he said, his smile fading slightly. "It is power that truly matters, and I believe you possess a great deal of power." He led me to a seat beside his throne, gesturing for me to be seated. "Tell me, Eliana," he continued, his eyes never leaving mine, "what do you see in my future?" The whisper stirred within me, offering a glimpse of the king's destiny. I saw a future filled with both triumph and tragedy, with glory and ruin. I saw him leading his armies to victory, expanding his kingdom and securing his place in history. But I also saw him succumbing to his own pride and ambition, making enemies of his allies, and ultimately leading his kingdom to its downfall. I hesitated, unsure of how much to reveal. The truth, I knew, could be a dangerous weapon, and in the hands of a paranoid king it could be used to devastating effect. "I see a great destiny before you, your Majesty," I said cautiously. "A destiny filled with power and glory. But I also see challenges and obstacles that you must overcome. You must be wise, your Majesty, and just. You must listen to the counsel of your advisors, and you must always remember the welfare of your people." The king's eyes narrowed slightly. "You speak in riddles, Seer," he said, his voice losing its honeyed tone. "I want specifics. Tell me, will I conquer the neighboring kingdom of Viridia? Will my son inherit my throne? Will my reign be remembered as a golden age?" The whisper surged within me, urging me to reveal the truth, to tell the king everything that I saw. But I resisted the urge, knowing that to do so would be to invite disaster. "I cannot reveal the future in such detail, your Majesty," I said, my voice firm. "The tapestry of fate is complex and ever-changing. To focus on specific events is to risk misinterpreting the larger picture." The king studied me for a long moment, his expression unreadable. Then he let out a short, sharp laugh. "You are wise, Seer," he said, his smile returning. "Wiser than I expected. Perhaps you are more valuable than I thought." He dismissed me then, ordering his servants to escort me to my chambers. I was given a lavish suite of rooms, filled with fine furniture and luxurious amenities. But I felt no comfort in my surroundings. I knew that I was a prisoner in this palace, a tool to be used and discarded at the king's whim. Over the next few days, I was summoned to the king's presence on numerous occasions. He asked me about everything, about his enemies, about his allies, about his family, about his health. He sought my advice on matters of state, on military strategy, on economic policy. I tried to be as honest as I could, while still protecting myself and those I cared about. I offered him my insights, my warnings, my guidance. But I knew that my words were often twisted and distorted to suit his own purposes. I soon realized that the king was not truly interested in my prophecies. He was interested in my power. He believed that I possessed some sort of magic, some sort of ability to manipulate the future. He wanted to control that power, to use it to his own advantage. He began to pressure me, to demand more specific prophecies, to push me to reveal more of the future. He offered me riches and power, promising to make me his chief advisor, his most trusted confidant. But I refused to be bought. I knew that to succumb to the king's temptations would be to lose myself, to become just another pawn in his game. My refusal angered the king. He grew suspicious of me, accusing me of withholding information, of plotting against him. He began to restrict my movements, to monitor my communications, to isolate me from the rest of the court. I found myself surrounded by spies and informers, by courtiers who were eager to curry favor with the king by betraying me. I could trust no one. I longed for the simplicity of the desert, for the peace and quiet of my cave, for the companionship of the refugees at Eliana's well. I knew that I had made a mistake in coming to the king's court. I had walked into a trap, and I saw no way out. One evening, as I was preparing for bed, I received a secret message from a trusted servant. The message warned me that the king planned to have me killed the following morning. He believed that I was a threat to his power, and he had decided to eliminate me. I was terrified. I knew that I had to escape, to flee the palace before it was too late. But how? I was surrounded by guards, my movements were constantly monitored, and the palace was heavily fortified. I spent the night packing my chambers, racking my brain for a solution. The whisper offered no guidance, only a chilling silence. I felt alone and abandoned, with no one to turn to. As dawn approached, I made a desperate decision. I would use my powers to escape, to create a diversion that would allow me to slip away unnoticed. I closed my eyes, focusing my mind, and I reached out to the whisper, begging it for help. The whisper responded, flooding my mind with images and sensations. I saw a vision of the palace in chaos, of fires raging, of guards running in panic. I knew what I had to do. I gathered my belongings, donning my simple desert robes. Then I walked to the center of my chambers, raised my hands, and unleashed the power that flowed through me. The room began to shake, the walls to tremble, and the air to crackle with energy. A blinding light filled the room, followed by a deafening roar. Then all hell broke loose. The palace erupted in chaos. Fires broke out in the kitchens, the stables, and the armory. The guards ran in terror, their screams echoing through the corridors. The courtiers fled in panic, their fine clothes torn and soiled. In the midst of the confusion, I slipped out of my chambers and made my way towards the stables. I found a horse, saddled it quickly, and rode out of the palace gates, disappearing into the darkness. I did not know where I was going. I only knew that I had to escape, to get as far away from the king's court as possible. As I rode through the night, I could hear the sounds of the palace burning behind me, a testament to my power, a symbol of my defiance. I had escaped the serpent's court, but I knew that the serpent would not forget me. It would hunt me down, seeking revenge for my betrayal. And I knew that my journey was far from over. Chapter 4. the shepherd's crook and the broken oath. The desert offered no solace, no forgiveness. The burning sun and the biting wind seemed to mock my escape, reminding me of the destruction I had left behind. The burning palace was a pyre for my past, but the flames offered no cleansing, only the acrid smell of regret. I was a fugitive, hunted by a king, burdened by the knowledge of a future I could no longer bear to see. I rode for days, driven by fear and exhaustion until my horse collapsed beneath me, its legs giving way on the rocky terrain. I was alone, stranded in the vast emptiness, with no food, no water, and no hope of rescue. Despair threatened to consume me. I considered giving up, surrendering to the elements, letting the desert claim my life. But the whisper, faint though it was, urged me onward, reminding me that my journey was not yet complete. I stumbled onward, my feet bleeding, my throat parched, my spirit broken. I sought shelter in caves and under rocky outcroppings, scavenging for food and water wherever I could find it. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the desert, I came across a small oasis. A cluster of palm trees surrounded a pool of cool, clear water, a welcome sight in the desolate landscape. I collapsed beside the pool, drinking deeply, letting the water soothe my parched throat. I felt a surge of gratitude, a flicker of hope rekindled within my heart. As I rested beside the pool, I noticed a figure approaching in the distance. A man, clad in simple robes, carrying a shepherd's crook. He moved with a quiet grace, his eyes filled with a gentle wisdom. He approached me cautiously, his expression concerned. "Peace be with you, traveler," he said, his voice soft and kind. "You look weary. Are you in need of assistance?" I hesitated, unsure of whether to trust him. I had learned to be wary of strangers, to suspect hidden motives and concealed agendas. But there was something about this man, something in his eyes that put me at ease. "I am lost and alone," I said, my voice hoarse. "I have been traveling for many days, and I have no food, no water, and no place to go." The shepherd smiled gently. "You are welcome to rest here," he said. "I have food and shelter to spare. My home is not far from here." He led me to his home, a small, humble dwelling built of mud and stone. Inside, I found a simple but comfortable living space, adorned with woven rugs and handcrafted pottery. The shepherd's name was Elias. He was a man of peace and compassion, a devout follower of the one God. He spent his days tending to his flock, caring for the sick, and helping those in need. He welcomed me into his home without question, offering me food, water, and a place to rest. He listened patiently as I told him my story, my voice trembling with emotion as I recounted my experiences at the king's court, my escape from the palace, and my desperate flight into the desert. Elias listened without judgment, his eyes filled with understanding and sympathy. When I had finished, he placed a hand on my shoulder, his touch gentle and reassuring. "You have suffered much, Eliana," he said, "but you are not alone. God is with you, and he will guide you through this difficult time." I scoffed at his words. "God has abandoned me," I said bitterly. "He has given me a gift that has brought only pain and suffering. He has led me down a path of destruction and despair." Elias shook his head. "God does not abandon those who seek him," he said. "He tests them, challenges them, and guides them towards their true destiny. Your gift is not a curse, Eliana. It is a blessing. It is a tool that you can use to help others, to heal the world, and to bring glory to God." I wanted to believe him, but my heart was heavy with doubt. I had seen too much suffering, too much evil, to accept such a simple explanation. Elias offered me a place to stay in his home, inviting me to join him in his simple life. I accepted his offer, grateful for the opportunity to rest and recover. I spent several weeks with Elias, helping him tend to his flock, learning about his faith, and reflecting on my experiences. I found peace in the simplicity of his life, in the rhythm of the days, in the quiet beauty of the desert. Elias taught me about the importance of forgiveness, of compassion, and of faith. He showed me how to find joy in the simple things, how to appreciate the beauty of the world, and how to trust in God's plan. Slowly, my heart began to heal. The burden of prophecy began to lift, and I felt a sense of hope rekindled within me. One day, as we were tending to the flock, Elias received a message from a nearby village. The village was under attack by bandits, and the villagers were in desperate need of help. Elias turned to me, his eyes filled with concern. "I must go to the village," he said. "They need my help." I knew that he was putting himself in danger, but I also knew that he would not hesitate to help those in need. "I will go with you," I said, my voice firm. "I will use my powers to protect you and the villagers." Elias hesitated. "It is too dangerous, Eliana," he said. "I cannot allow you to put yourself in harm's way." "I am not afraid," I replied. "I have been running from danger for too long. It is time for me to face it head-on." Elias looked at me, his eyes filled with pride and gratitude. "Then let us go together," he said. We traveled to the village, arriving just as the bandits were preparing to attack. The villagers were terrified, huddled together in the center of the village, defenseless against the marauders. Elias stepped forward, raising his shepherd's crook. "In the name of the one God," he said, his voice ringing with authority, "I command you to stop." The bandits laughed, mocking his words. "Who are you, old man?" they sneered. "Do you think you can stop us with your silly stick?" Elias stood his ground, his eyes filled with unwavering faith. "I am a servant of God," he said, "and I will not allow you to harm these innocent people." The bandits charged forward, brandishing their swords and spears. But before they could reach Elias, I stepped forward, unleashing the power that flowed through me. I raised my hands and the earth began to tremble. A wall of sand rose up from the ground, blocking the bandits' path. The bandits recoiled in fear, their eyes wide with terror. I used my powers to create illusions, to confuse and disorient the bandits. I made them see things that were not there, to hear voices that did not exist. I played on their fears, their insecurities, their deepest desires. The bandits turned on each other, fighting amongst themselves, their greed and lust for power turning them against each other. Within minutes, they were defeated, their weapons scattered, their bodies lying lifeless on the ground. The villagers cheered, praising God for their deliverance. They thanked Elias and me for saving them from the bandits. Elias smiled, his heart filled with joy. God has worked a miracle, he said. He has used us to protect these innocent people. I felt a surge of gratitude, a sense of fulfillment that I had not felt in a long time. I had used my powers for good, to protect the innocent, to bring peace to a troubled world. But my joy was short-lived. As we were preparing to leave the village, a group of soldiers arrived, bearing the king's banner. They were searching for me, seeking to bring me back to the king's court. The soldiers surrounded us, their swords drawn, their faces grim. Eliana, the seer of the desert, their leader said, his voice cold and menacing. You are under arrest. You are to be taken back to the king's court to face justice for your crimes. I knew that I could not escape. I was surrounded, outnumbered, and outgunned. I had no choice but to surrender. I turned to Elias, my eyes filled with sorrow. I am sorry, Elias, I said. I have brought trouble to your doorstep. Elias shook his head. You have done nothing wrong, Eliana, he said. You have only followed your heart. God will protect you no matter what happens. I surrendered to the soldiers, allowing them to bind my hands and lead me away. As I was being led away, I looked back at Elias, his face etched with grief. He raised his shepherd's crook, offering me a final blessing. Go with God, Eliana, he said, and may he have mercy on your soul. As I was taken back to the king's court, I knew that my fate was sealed. The king would not forgive me for my defiance, for my escape, for the destruction I had caused. I was returning to the serpent's court to face the king's wrath, and I knew that this time there would be no escape. But what I didn't know was that I made a huge mistake, because I actually broke the oath I made to God. I promised that I would use my powers only to serve him. But when I unleashed my powers and killed the bandits, I did it because the king was an evil person and not to protect myself. My selfish desires cost me my connection to God. Chapter 5. The Cage of Stone and Silence. The journey back to the king's court was a descent into hell. Every step, every mile felt like another nail hammered into the coffin of my hope. The soldiers treated me like a common criminal, their faces devoid of compassion, their words laced with contempt. I was bound, gagged, and forced to ride in the back of a wagon, exposed to the elements, subjected to the jeers and insults of the passing crowds. The king's court was even more oppressive than I remembered. The palace seemed to have grown darker, the air thicker with malice, the shadows deeper and more menacing. I was dragged through the corridors, past the sneering faces of the courtiers, to a dungeon deep beneath the palace. My cell was a cage of stone and silence, a small, damp chamber with no windows and only a single, heavy iron door. The air was thick with the stench of mildew and despair. A straw pallet lay on the floor, my only comfort in this desolate place. I was stripped of my robes, leaving me in rags and thrown into the cell. The iron door slammed shut, the sound echoing through the darkness, sealing my fate. I spent days in that cell, alone with my thoughts, my regrets, and my fears. The silence was deafening, broken only by the occasional drip of water or the scuttling of rats. I tried to pray, to seek solace in my faith, but my words felt hollow, unanswered. The connection to the whisper, to the divine source of my power, was severed. I was adrift, abandoned, lost in the darkness. The guards brought me food and water once a day, but they spoke no words, offered no comfort. They were simply cogs in the king's machine, carrying out their orders without question. One day the king himself came to my cell. He stood outside the bars, his face a mask of cold fury. "Eliana," he said, his voice dripping with venom, "you have betrayed me, you have defied me, you have used your powers against me." I remained silent, refusing to acknowledge him. "You thought you could escape my wrath," he continued. "You thought you could hide in the desert among the simple folk, but I have long reach, Eliana, and I always get what I want." He gestured to the guards, and they unlocked the cell door. The king stepped inside, his eyes burning with hatred. "I am going to make you pay for your treachery," he said, his voice low and menacing. "I am going to take away your power, your freedom, your very life." He raised his hand, and a court physician stepped forward, carrying a tray of instruments. "We have devised a method to remove your gift, Eliana," the king said, his smile cruel. "A method that will leave you powerless, voiceless, and utterly broken." The physician approached me, his eyes filled with a mixture of fear and fascination. He held a long, thin needle in his hand, its tip gleaming in the dim light. I knew what they were going to do. They were going to try to extract the source of my power, to sever my connection to the whisper, to destroy the very essence of who I was. I struggled against the guards, but their grip was too strong. They held me down, forcing me onto the straw pallet. The physician leaned over me, his face inches from mine. "This will hurt, Eliana," he said, his voice barely a whisper, "but it will be over soon." He plunged the needle into my temple, directly into the center of my mind. Pain exploded within my head, a searing, unbearable agony that threatened to shatter my sanity. I screamed, but the gag muffled my cries. I felt something being pulled from me, something vital, something essential. It was as if a part of my soul was being ripped away, leaving a gaping hole in its place. The pain continued for what felt like an eternity, until finally I lost consciousness. When I awoke, I was still in the cell, still in the same position on the straw pallet. But something had changed. The whisper was gone. The silence was complete. I reached out with my mind, trying to connect to the source of my power, but there was nothing there. Only emptiness. I was powerless. The king had taken away my gift, had severed my connection to the divine. I was no longer the seer of the desert. I was just Eliana, a broken woman, trapped in a cage of stone and silence. The days that followed were a blur of pain and despair. I was weak, disoriented, and barely able to function. The guards continued to bring me food and water, but I had no appetite. I simply lay on the pallet, staring blankly at the stone walls, waiting for death to claim me. One evening, as I lay in my cell, I heard a faint sound outside the door. A scratching, a scraping, a whispered voice. "Eliana," the voice said, "can you hear me?" I recognized the voice. It was Elia's. Hope surged through me, a tiny spark in the darkness. Elias, I whispered, my voice hoarse. Is that you? Yes, Eliana, he said. I have come to rescue you. How? I asked. The palace is heavily guarded. There is no way out. I have friends in the city, he said. People who believe in justice, people who believe in you. They have helped me to find a way into the palace. He explained that he and his allies had discovered a secret passage that led into the dungeons. They had bribed a guard to look the other way, and they were ready to help me escape. I was overcome with gratitude. Elias had risked his life to come to my rescue, to save me from the king's wrath. I don't deserve this, Elias, I said. I have brought you nothing but trouble. Nonsense, Eliana, he said. You are a good person, a kind person, a person who deserves to be free, and I will not rest until you are safe. He and his allies worked quickly, using tools they had smuggled into the palace to break the lock on my cell door. Within minutes, I was free. I stumbled out of the cell into the arms of Elias. He embraced me tightly, his eyes filled with tears of joy. Come, Eliana, he said. We must hurry. The guards will discover our escape soon. We made our way through the dark and winding tunnels, guided by Elias' allies. We avoided the main corridors, sticking to the shadows, moving as quickly and quietly as possible. Finally, we reached the secret passage that led out of the palace. We emerged into the city streets, blinking in the sudden light. Elia's allies led us to a safe house, a hidden dwelling where we could rest and plan our next move. I was exhausted, both physically and emotionally, but I was also filled with a renewed sense of hope. I had escaped the king's clutches, thanks to the courage and compassion of Elias and his friends. But I knew that my journey was far from over. The king would not give up so easily. He would hunt me down, seeking to recapture me and punish me for my escape. And I knew that I could not run forever. I had to face the king, to confront him for his crimes, to bring him to justice. But how could I do that? I was powerless, voiceless, and utterly broken. I had lost my gift, my connection to the divine. I was just Eliana, a fugitive with no hope of ever defeating the king. Or so I thought. Chapter 6: The Seeds of Rebellion. The safe house was a sanctuary, a small pocket of peace in the heart of a city teeming with danger. It was a simple dwelling, hidden away in a quiet corner of the city, far from the watchful eyes of the king's guards. The occupants were a diverse group of people, united by their shared belief in justice and their determination to resist the king's tyranny. There was Miriam, a skilled healer who used her knowledge of herbs and medicine to care for the sick and injured. There was Caleb, a former soldier who had deserted the king's army after witnessing its brutality. There was Ruth, a wise and courageous woman who had lost her family to the king's greed. And there was Elias, the shepherd, whose unwavering faith and compassion had brought us all together. They welcomed me with open arms, offering me food, shelter, and a sense of belonging. They listened to my story, sharing their own experiences of suffering and oppression under the king's rule. I learned that the king's tyranny extended far beyond the walls of the palace. He had imposed heavy taxes on the people, seized their land, and imprisoned or executed anyone who dared to oppose him. The city was filled with poverty, hunger, and despair. The seeds of rebellion were already sown, but they needed a catalyst, a spark to ignite the flames of resistance. I spent my days at the safe house, recovering from my ordeal, regaining my strength, and listening to the stories of the people. I learned about their struggles, their hopes, and their dreams. I saw their resilience, their courage, and their unwavering determination to create a better world. Elias, despite my broken connection to the divine, still believed in me. He saw a strength in me that I no longer recognized in myself. He believed that I could still use my experiences, my knowledge, and my voice to inspire others and to fight for justice. "You may have lost your power, Eliana," he said one evening as we sat together in the courtyard of the safe house, "but you have not lost your voice. You can still speak out against the king's tyranny. You can still inspire others to resist. You can still make a difference." I hesitated. I was afraid. I had been broken, humiliated, and stripped of my power. I doubted my ability to make any real change. "I don't know, Elias," I said. "I am not sure I am strong enough. The king is powerful. He has spies everywhere. He will stop at nothing to silence me." Elias smiled gently. "You are stronger than you think, Eliana," he said. "And you are not alone. We are all with you. We will protect you. We will support you. Together we can overcome the king's tyranny." Inspired by Elias' words, I began to speak out against the king's injustice. I shared my story with the people, telling them about the horrors I had witnessed at the king's court, about the suffering I had endured in the dungeons, and about the hope I had found in the safe house. My words resonated with the people. They saw in me a symbol of resistance, a voice for the voiceless, a beacon of hope in the darkness. They began to gather around me, eager to hear my message, to learn how they could join the fight for freedom. Miriam used her healing skills to tend to the sick and injured, offering comfort and support to those who had been neglected by the king's regime. Caleb used his military training to organize the resistance, teaching the people how to defend themselves and how to fight back against the king's soldiers. Ruth used her wisdom and courage to inspire others, reminding them of the importance of justice, compassion, and faith. Together, we formed a resistance movement, a clandestine network of people dedicated to overthrowing the king's tyranny and establishing a just and equitable society. We met in secret, in hidden locations throughout the city, to plan our strategy, to share information, and to coordinate our actions. We recruited new members, spread our message, and gathered support for our cause. The king's spies soon learned of our activities. They began to infiltrate our meetings, to monitor our movements, and to arrest our members. We knew that it was only a matter of time before the king would discover our safe house and send his soldiers to capture us. We had to act quickly, before it was too late. We decided to launch a bold and audacious attack on the king's palace, to seize control of the government, and to liberate the people from his tyranny. It was a risky plan, but we believed it was our only hope. We knew that we were outnumbered and outgunned, but we also knew that we had the support of the people, the power of justice, and the unwavering faith of Elias. We spent days preparing for the attack, gathering weapons, organizing our forces, and formulating our strategy. We knew that we would face fierce resistance, but we were determined to succeed. On the night of the attack, we gathered in the city square, our hearts pounding with anticipation and fear. The moon was full, casting long shadows across the streets, creating an atmosphere of mystery and foreboding. I stood before the crowd, my voice trembling with emotion. "My friends," I said, "tonight we embark on a dangerous mission. We are going to attack the king's palace to overthrow his tyranny and to liberate our people. We know that we face great challenges, but we also know that we have the power of justice on our side. Let us go forth with courage, with determination, and with the unwavering faith that God will guide us to victory." The crowd roared its approval, their voices filled with passion and resolve. They raised their weapons, their eyes gleaming with determination. We marched towards the palace, our numbers swelling as we moved through the streets. People emerged from their homes, joining our ranks, eager to participate in the fight for freedom. As we approached the palace gates, we were met by a contingent of the king's soldiers, their swords drawn, their faces grim. The battle began. The fighting was fierce and brutal. The king's soldiers were well-trained and heavily armed, but they were outnumbered by the people, who fought with a passion and determination fueled by years of oppression. I fought alongside my comrades, wielding a sword with a newfound skill and courage. I had lost my power, but I had found something even stronger: the will to fight for justice, the determination to create a better world. Miriam used her healing skills to tend to the wounded, saving countless lives. Caleb used his military training to lead the charge, inspiring the people to fight with unwavering courage. Ruth used her wisdom and compassion to comfort the dying, reminding them that their sacrifice would not be in vain. Elias stood at the rear of the crowd, praying for our success, his faith unwavering. The battle raged for hours, the streets running red with blood. The king's soldiers fought valiantly, but they were gradually overwhelmed by the sheer number of the people. Finally, we broke through the palace gates, storming into the courtyard, our voices echoing with triumph. The king's remaining soldiers retreated into the palace, seeking to make a final stand. We pursued them relentlessly, fighting our way through the corridors, up the staircases, and into the throne room. The king stood before us, his face contorted with rage and fear. He was surrounded by his remaining guards, their swords drawn, their eyes filled with desperation. "You cannot win," the king screamed, his voice cracking with emotion. "I am the king, I have the power, you will all be punished for your treachery." I stepped forward, my sword raised, my voice ringing with authority. "You are not the king," I said. "You are a tyrant. You have abused your power, oppressed your people, and betrayed your God. Your reign of terror is over." The king lunged at me, his sword raised, seeking to strike me down. But I parried his blow, disarmed him, and struck him down with my sword. The king fell to the ground, his eyes wide with disbelief. His guards surrendered, throwing down their weapons, begging for mercy. The battle was over. We had won. The king's tyranny was overthrown. The people were liberated, and a new era of justice and peace was about to begin. Chapter 7. The Hollow Crown in the Serpent's Shadow. The throne room was a scene of chaos and carnage. The opulent tapestries were stained with blood, the marble floor littered with broken weapons and fallen bodies. The air was thick with the smell of smoke and death. But amidst the devastation, a sense of euphoria permeated the room. The people had overthrown their tyrant, and a new dawn was breaking. We secured the palace, disarming the remaining guards and restoring order. Miriam tended to the wounded, while Caleb organized the defense, anticipating a counterattack from loyalist forces. Ruth comforted the grieving, offering words of solace and hope. Elias, his face etched with exhaustion but his eyes shining with joy, offered a prayer of thanks for our victory. I stood before the throne, the symbol of the power we had seized, the crown lying discarded on the floor. It was a moment of triumph, but also a moment of profound responsibility. The weight of the crown, though physically light, felt immense, representing the burden of leadership, the hopes and dreams of the people. The question now was, what to do with this power? How to rebuild the kingdom, to heal its wounds, to ensure that such tyranny would never rise again. The crowd surged forward, their voices clamoring for justice, for retribution, for the heads of the king's loyalists. Some demanded that I take the throne, that I become their queen, that I rule over them with the same strength and wisdom I had shown in leading the rebellion. The temptation was strong. To wield such power to shape the destiny of the kingdom, to finally create the just and equitable society I had envisioned. It was a seductive thought. But I knew that to succumb to that temptation would be to betray the principles for which we had fought. We had overthrown a tyrant, not to replace him with another, but to create a government that served the people, not the other way around. "My friends," I said, raising my hand to silence the crowd, "we have won a great victory. We have overthrown a tyrant and liberated our people. But our work is not yet done. We must now build a new kingdom, a kingdom based on justice, compassion, and equality." I paused, allowing my words to sink in. "I will not take the throne," I continued. "I will not become your queen. I believe that power should not be concentrated in the hands of one person but shared among the people. We will form a council, a representative body elected by the people, to govern this kingdom. We will create laws that are just and equitable, that protect the rights of all citizens, regardless of their wealth or status." My words were met with a mixture of cheers and murmurs of dissent. Some were disappointed that I refused to take the throne, believing that I was the only one capable of leading them. But others were inspired by my vision, embracing the idea of a government based on democracy and equality. We formed the council, electing representatives from all regions of the kingdom, from farmers and merchants to scholars and artisans. Miriam, Caleb, and Ruth were among those elected, their wisdom and experience invaluable in guiding the council. The council began its work, drafting new laws, reforming the government, and addressing the needs of the people. We abolished the oppressive taxes, redistributed the land, and released the prisoners who had been unjustly imprisoned by the king. We established schools and hospitals, providing education and health care to all citizens, regardless of their ability to pay. We promoted trade and commerce, creating opportunities for economic growth and prosperity. The kingdom began to heal, its wounds slowly closing, its spirit gradually restored. The people rejoiced in their newfound freedom, embracing the opportunities that lay before them. For a time, it seemed as if we had truly created a new era of justice and peace. But the serpent's shadow still lingered, lurking in the darkness, waiting for an opportunity to strike. The king's loyalists, though defeated, were not entirely vanquished. They had scattered throughout the kingdom, plotting their revenge, seeking to undermine our efforts and restore the monarchy. They spread rumors and lies, attempting to discredit the council and to incite the people against us. They sabotaged our infrastructure, disrupted our trade, and assassinated our officials. The kingdom was once again plunged into turmoil, its newfound peace threatened by the forces of reaction. I knew that we had to act decisively to crush the remnants of the king's loyalists and to secure the future of our kingdom. I formed a special unit of soldiers, led by Caleb, to hunt down the loyalists and to bring them to justice. I authorized the use of force, if necessary, to quell the unrest and to protect the people. Caleb's unit was ruthless and efficient, tracking down the loyalists and dismantling their network. They arrested their leaders, seized their weapons, and suppressed their propaganda. But the more we suppressed the loyalists, the more they resisted. The violence escalated, the kingdom teetering on the brink of civil war. I began to question my own actions. Was I becoming the tyrant I had overthrown? Was I using the same oppressive tactics to maintain power? The whispers of doubt crept into my mind, eroding my confidence, undermining my resolve. I felt the weight of the crown, the hollow crown of leadership crushing my spirit. One evening, as I sat alone in the palace, contemplating the challenges that lay ahead, I received a visit from Elias. He found me distraught, my face buried in my hands, my heart heavy with despair. "Eliana," he said, his voice filled with concern, "what troubles you?" I poured out my heart to him, sharing my doubts, my fears, and my regrets. I told him about the violence, the unrest, and the growing sense of unease that plagued my soul. Elias listened patiently, his eyes filled with understanding. When I had finished, he placed a hand on my shoulder, his touch gentle and reassuring. "You are carrying a heavy burden, Eliana," he said, "but you are not alone. God is with you, and He will guide you through this difficult time." He reminded me of the principles for which we had fought, of the importance of justice, compassion, and forgiveness. He urged me to remain true to my values, even in the face of adversity. "You must not lose hope, Eliana," he said. "You must continue to fight for what is right, even if it means making difficult decisions. You must remember that God's love is always with you, guiding you, protecting you." Elias' words rekindled the flame of hope within my heart. I realized that I could not give up, that I had to continue to fight for the kingdom, for the people, for the vision of a just and equitable society. But I also knew that I could not do it alone. I needed help, guidance, and support. I turned to the council, sharing my concerns and seeking their advice. We discussed the challenges we faced, debated the different options, and ultimately agreed on a new course of action. We would offer amnesty to the king's loyalists, promising them forgiveness and reconciliation if they laid down their arms and pledged their allegiance to the new government. We would implement new programs to address the root causes of the unrest, to alleviate poverty, to promote education, and to foster a sense of community. It was a risky strategy, but we believed it was our best chance to restore peace and stability to the kingdom. We announced the amnesty, offering a path to redemption for those who had opposed us. We implemented the new programs, investing in the future of our people. Slowly, the violence began to subside, the unrest gradually diminishing. The king's loyalists began to lay down their arms, accepting our offer of forgiveness. The kingdom began to heal, its wounds slowly closing, its spirit gradually restored. It was not a perfect solution, but it was a step in the right direction. We had learned that true peace could not be achieved through force or coercion, but only through understanding, compassion, and forgiveness. The serpent's shadow still lingered, but it was growing fainter, its power diminishing. We had shown that it was possible to overcome tyranny, to build a just and equitable society, and to create a better world. But the darkness always finds a way. Chapter 8: The Whispers of Deceit and the Poisoned Chalice. The amnesty, though initially successful, proved to be a double-edged sword. While many of the king's former loyalists genuinely embraced the offer of reconciliation, others saw it as an opportunity to infiltrate our government, to undermine our efforts from within. They were like vipers, shedding their skin but retaining their venom, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Among those who professed their loyalty was Lord Valerius, a cunning and charismatic nobleman who had been one of the king's most trusted advisors. He was a master of manipulation, a weaver of words, capable of swaying opinions and concealing his true intentions with a disarming smile. He approached me, showering me with praise, flattering my leadership, and offering his services to the council. He claimed to have seen the error of his ways, to have realized the injustice of the king's regime, and to be genuinely committed to the principles of justice and equality. Some members of the council were wary of Valerius, suspecting his motives, questioning his sincerity. But I, blinded by my desire for unity and reconciliation, chose to believe him. I saw in him a potential ally, a valuable asset who could help us bridge the divide between the old regime and the new. I advocated for his inclusion in the council, arguing that we needed to give him a chance to prove his sincerity. After much debate, the council reluctantly agreed, granting Valerius a seat at the table. From the moment he joined the council, Valerius began to exert his influence, subtly shaping the discussions, subtly steering the decisions, subtly planting seeds of doubt and discord. He was a master of divide and conquer, playing on the insecurities and ambitions of the other council members, creating factions and rivalries within our ranks. He questioned our policies, challenging our decisions and undermining our authority. He accused us of being naive, idealistic, and out of touch with the realities of the kingdom. He argued that we were too lenient on the former loyalists, that we were neglecting the needs of the common people, that we were leading the kingdom down a path to ruin. His words resonated with some of the people, who were growing disillusioned with the slow pace of change, with the continued unrest and instability, with the lingering effects of the king's tyranny. They began to question our leadership, to doubt our competence, and to yearn for a return to the stability and order of the old regime. Valerius, seeing his opportunity, began to cultivate a following, gathering support for his own agenda. He promised to restore the kingdom to its former glory, to revive its economy, to strengthen its defenses, and to punish those who had betrayed the king. He presented himself as a strong leader, a capable administrator, and a champion of the people. He appealed to their fears, their prejudices, and their desires. He offered them simple solutions to complex problems, easy answers to difficult questions. His popularity grew, eclipsing our own. He became a powerful force in the kingdom, a rival to our authority, a threat to our vision of a just and equitable society. I realized that I had made a terrible mistake in trusting Valerius. I had been blinded by my desire for unity, ignoring the warning signs, overlooking his true nature. I had allowed a viper to infiltrate our ranks, and now it was poisoning the very foundations of our government. I confronted Valerius, accusing him of treachery, of undermining our efforts, and of plotting to overthrow the council. He denied the accusations, feigning innocence, professing his loyalty. But I saw the truth in his eyes, the cold calculation, the ruthless ambition. "You are a liar, Valerius," I said, my voice filled with anger. "You have deceived us all. You have betrayed our trust. You are a danger to this kingdom." Valerius smiled, his eyes glinting with amusement. "You are mistaken, Eliana," he said. "I am not the danger. You are. You are leading this kingdom down a path to ruin. You are clinging to your idealistic dreams, ignoring the realities of the world. The people are growing tired of your weakness, your incompetence, your naivete." He paused, his smile widening. "They are ready for a strong leader, someone who can restore order, someone who can protect them from their enemies, someone who can lead them to glory. And that leader, Eliana, is me." He turned and walked away, leaving me standing alone, my heart filled with dread. I knew that Valerius was planning to seize power, to overthrow the council, and to restore the monarchy. I knew that he had the support of the king's former loyalists, of some members of the military, and of a significant portion of the population. I knew that we had to act quickly to stop him, to expose his treachery, and to prevent him from seizing control of the kingdom. I gathered the loyal members of the council, those who still believed in our vision, those who were willing to fight for justice. We devised a plan to expose Valerius's treachery, to reveal his true intentions, and to rally the people to our cause. We gathered evidence of his conspiracies, of his secret meetings with the king's former loyalists, of his plans to seize power. We prepared a public statement, outlining his crimes and urging the people to reject his leadership. We planned to present our evidence and deliver our statement at a public gathering, a rally that was scheduled to take place in the city square. We hoped that by exposing Valerius's treachery in front of a large crowd, we could sway public opinion and prevent him from seizing power. But Valerius, anticipating our move, had already taken steps to counter our efforts. He had bribed some of the guards, infiltrated our ranks, and spread false rumors about us. He had turned the people against us, portraying us as corrupt, incompetent, and out of touch. On the day of the rally, we arrived at the city square to find it filled with Valerius's supporters. They were chanting his name, waving his banners, and shouting insults at us. Valerius stood on a platform, his face beaming with confidence. He began to speak, his voice amplified by a magical device. He denounced us as traitors, accusing us of corruption, incompetence, and betrayal. He claimed that we were destroying the kingdom, that we were leading it down a path to ruin, that we were unworthy of their trust. His words were met with cheers and applause. The crowd was completely under his spell, convinced of his lies, blinded by his charisma. We tried to speak, to present our evidence, to refute his accusations, but our voices were drowned out by the crowd's jeers and insults. We were unable to reach them, unable to sway their opinions. Valerius raised his hand, silencing the crowd. "I have evidence," he said, his voice dripping with contempt, "of the council's crimes, proof of their corruption, proof of their betrayal." He produced a document, a forged letter, supposedly written by me, confessing to a conspiracy to overthrow the kingdom and to sell it to our enemies. The crowd gasped, their faces filled with shock and disbelief. They believed his lies, accepting his fabricated evidence as truth. Valerius smiled triumphantly. "The council is exposed," he said. "They are traitors. They are enemies of the people. They must be punished." The crowd roared its approval, demanding our arrest, our imprisonment, our execution. The guards, who had been bribed by Valerius, moved forward, seizing us, binding our hands and dragging us away. We were taken to the dungeons, the same dungeons where I had been imprisoned by the king. We were thrown into cells, left to rot, abandoned by the people we had fought to liberate. Valerius had won. He had seized power, overthrown the council, and restored the monarchy. He had become the new ruler of the kingdom, a tyrant in disguise, a serpent in sheep's clothing. As I sat in my cell, contemplating my fate, I realized that Valerius's victory was not just a personal defeat, but a tragedy for the entire kingdom. He would undo all the progress we had made, restoring the old order, oppressing the people, and leading the kingdom down a path to darkness. I had to escape, to find a way to stop him, to save the kingdom from his tyranny. But how could I do that? I was powerless, imprisoned, and abandoned. The whispers of doubt returned, filling my mind with despair. I had failed. I had trusted the wrong person. I had led the kingdom to its doom. As the days turned into weeks, my health began to deteriorate. The dungeon was damp, cold, and infested with disease. I was given meager rations, barely enough to survive. One evening, a guard approached my cell, carrying a tray with food and a goblet filled with wine. He unlocked the cell door and offered me the tray. "A gift from Lord Valerius," he said, his voice expressionless. "He wishes you well." I eyed the goblet suspiciously. I knew that Valerius was capable of anything, that he would not hesitate to poison me if he thought it would serve his purposes. "I am not thirsty," I said, refusing the goblet. The guard shrugged. "Suit yourself," he said, "but the Lord Valerius will be displeased." He placed the tray on the floor and left, locking the cell door behind him. I stared at the goblet, my mind racing. Was it poisoned? Was Valerius trying to kill me? Or was he trying to test me to see if I would accept his generosity? I decided to take the risk. I was weak, hungry, and desperate. I needed nourishment, and the wine might give me the strength to escape. I picked up the goblet and took a sip. The wine was sweet and fragrant, but there was a bitter aftertaste, a subtle hint of something unpleasant. I hesitated, my suspicions confirmed. The wine was poisoned. But it was too late. I had already swallowed it. I felt a burning sensation in my stomach, a searing pain that spread throughout my body. My vision blurred, my head spun, and my limbs grew numb. I collapsed on the floor, gasping for air, my body convulsing. The poison was working its way through my system, shutting down my organs, killing me slowly and painfully. As my life ebbed away, I saw a vision, a glimpse of the future. I saw Valerius enthroned, ruling with an iron fist, oppressing the people, and leading the kingdom down a path to darkness. I saw the kingdom consumed by war, ravaged by famine, and plunged into chaos. And I saw myself, lying dead in the dungeon, my sacrifice in vain, my efforts for naught. As darkness enveloped me, I heard a whisper, a faint voice calling my name. "Eliana," the voice said, "do not despair. Your journey is not over. Your sacrifice will not be in vain. There is still hope for the kingdom, but it will come at a price." Chapter 9. The Shadow Walker and the Bargain of Souls. Darkness, an absolute, all-encompassing void. It was unlike anything I had ever experienced, even in the deepest recesses of the king's dungeons. There was no sound, no light, no sensation, only the chilling awareness of non-existence. Then a spark. A tiny ember of light ignited within the darkness, growing brighter, warmer, drawing me towards it. It was not a physical light, but a light of understanding, of knowledge, of purpose. The whisper returned, stronger now, more defined, no longer a mere suggestion, but a clear and resonant voice. "Eliana," it said, "you have been given a second chance. A chance to redeem your failure, to save the kingdom from Valerius's tyranny." I struggled to comprehend, to form words in this disembodied state. How? I am dead. Valerius has won. "Death is not the end, Eliana," the voice replied. "It is merely a transition. You have a power within you, a resilience that transcends the mortal realm. You can return. You can change the future." "But I am powerless," I protested. "Valerius took my gift. I have nothing to offer." "You are wrong," the voice countered. "You possess something far more valuable than your prophetic abilities. You possess your soul, your will, your unwavering commitment to justice." A chill ran through me, even in the absence of a physical body. "What are you suggesting?" "I offer you a bargain, Eliana," the voice said. its tone shifting, becoming subtly darker, more demanding. A chance to return to the mortal realm to regain your strength, to defeat Valerius and save the kingdom. But it will come at a price. What price? I asked, my heart pounding with apprehension. A portion of your soul, the voice replied. A fragment of your essence to be used for a greater purpose, a sacrifice for the greater good. I hesitated. The prospect of sacrificing a part of my soul was terrifying. What would it mean? Would I lose my compassion, my empathy, my very humanity? But the vision of the future flashed before my eyes. Valerius's reign of terror, the kingdom consumed by darkness, the suffering of the people. I knew that I could not stand idly by, even if it meant sacrificing a part of myself. What will you do with it? I asked, my voice barely a whisper. It is not for you to know, the voice replied. Trust that it will be used to ensure Valerius's downfall, to restore balance to the kingdom. I wrestled with my conscience, weighing the risks and the rewards. The bargain was Faustian, a deal with the devil, a compromise of my very being. But the alternative was unthinkable. I accept, I said, my voice filled with a mixture of fear and determination. I agree to your bargain. Give me the power to return, to defeat Valerius, to save the kingdom. A surge of energy coursed through me, a force so powerful it felt like my very being was being torn apart and reassembled. The darkness swirled around me, solidifying, reshaping itself, forming a new vessel for my spirit. I felt myself being pulled back, drawn towards the mortal realm, towards the world of light and shadow, of life and death. I awoke in darkness, lying on the cold stone floor of the dungeon. My body ached, my head throbbed, and my stomach churned with nausea. But I was alive. Or rather, I was undead. I was no longer fully mortal, no longer bound by the limitations of flesh and blood. I had become something else, something more. I felt a new power coursing through me, a dark energy that resonated with the shadows, with the very essence of death. I could move silently, see in the dark, and manipulate the shadows around me. I had become a shadow walker. But the cost was evident. A piece of me was missing. I felt a subtle emptiness within my soul, a void where compassion and empathy once resided. My emotions were muted, my connections to others weakened. I had sacrificed a part of my humanity for the sake of power. I rose to my feet, my movements fluid and graceful. I tested my new abilities, summoning shadows to conceal me, to move objects, to create illusions. I was stronger, faster, more deadly than ever before. But I was also alone. I had severed my connection to the divine, sacrificed a part of my soul, and embraced the darkness. I was no longer the Eliana who had sought guidance from the one God, who had sought to build a just and equitable society. I was now a creature of shadow, driven by a single-minded purpose, to destroy Valerius and save the kingdom, regardless of the cost. I escaped from my cell, using my new abilities to slip past the guards unnoticed. I moved through the palace like a ghost, unseen and unheard, gathering information, assessing the situation, and formulating my plan. Valerius was entrenched in power, surrounded by loyal guards and trusted advisors. He had transformed the palace into a fortress, tightening security, increasing surveillance, and eliminating any potential threats. He was also growing increasingly paranoid, haunted by visions of rebellion, plagued by nightmares of my return. He sensed a darkness gathering around him, a force he could not comprehend, a threat he could not identify. He had become obsessed with finding me, with destroying me once and for all. He had dispatched his guards to search the city, the countryside, and even the desert, offering a hefty reward for my capture. But I was always one step ahead, always concealed in the shadows, always observing, always planning. I learned that Valerius was planning a grand coronation ceremony, a public display of his power and authority, designed to solidify his rule and to quell any remaining dissent. He intended to crown himself king in the city square, in front of a massive crowd of supporters. It was the perfect opportunity. I decided to use the coronation ceremony to strike at Valerius, to expose his treachery, and to overthrow his regime. I spent days preparing for the attack, gathering allies, crafting a plan, and honing my skills. I sought out those who had remained loyal to the council, those who had refused to be swayed by Valerius's lies, those who were willing to risk their lives to fight for freedom. Among them was Caleb, the former soldier, who had escaped capture and had been organizing a resistance movement in the city. He was wary of my new powers, concerned about the darkness that surrounded me, but he trusted my commitment to justice and agreed to join my cause. There was also Miriam, the healer, who had been tending to the sick and injured in secret, defying Valerius's orders. She was horrified by my transformation, saddened by the loss of my compassion, but she recognized the necessity of my actions and offered her support. And there was Ruth, the wise woman who had seen the darkness coming and had been preparing for this moment. She provided me with knowledge, with guidance, and with a glimmer of hope that even in the depths of despair, redemption was still possible. Together, we formed a small but dedicated force, ready to strike at the heart of Valerius's power. On the day of the coronation ceremony, we infiltrated the city square, concealed among the crowd. The square was packed with people, their faces filled with anticipation and excitement. Valerius stood on a raised platform, surrounded by his guards, his face radiating arrogance and triumph. As the ceremony began, I signaled to my allies and we launched our attack. Caleb and his resistance fighters stormed the platform, engaging the guards in a fierce battle. Miriam used her healing skills to protect the innocent bystanders, shielding them from the violence. Ruth used her wisdom to inspire the people, reminding them of the principles of justice and freedom. I moved through the crowd like a shadow, unseen and unheard, making my way towards Valerius. He saw me coming, his eyes widening with fear and disbelief. He knew that I had returned, that I had cheated death, and that I was coming for him. He drew his sword, his hand trembling. "You cannot stop me, Eliana," he said, his voice cracking with desperation. "I am the king, I have the power." "You have nothing, Valerius," I replied, my voice cold and devoid of emotion. "You have only lies, treachery, and a hollow crown." I lunged at him, my movements swift and deadly. He parried my blows, but he was no match for my new powers. I dodged his attacks, striking back with blinding speed. The crowd watched in stunned silence as we fought, the fate of the kingdom hanging in the balance. I disarmed Valerius, kicking his sword away. He stumbled backward, his eyes filled with terror. I raised my hand, summoning the shadows around me. The darkness enveloped Valerius, suffocating him, consuming him. He screamed, his voice echoing through the square, then silence. The shadows dissipated, revealing Valerius, lying lifeless on the platform. His reign of terror was over. The crowd erupted in cheers, their voices filled with joy and relief. They had been liberated from Valerius's tyranny, saved from his darkness. But my victory was hollow. I had defeated Valerius, but at what cost? I had sacrificed a part of my soul, embraced the darkness, and become a creature of shadow. I looked at the faces of the people, their eyes filled with gratitude and admiration. But I knew that I could never be one of them again. I was forever tainted by the darkness, forever separated from the light. I turned and walked away, disappearing into the shadows, leaving the kingdom to its fate. My bargain was complete. Valerius was dead. The kingdom was saved, but my soul was forever diminished. Chapter 10: The Scarred Soul and the Desert Bloom. The cheers faded behind me, replaced by the rustling of sand and the whisper of the wind. I fled the city, seeking solace in the desolate embrace of the desert. The familiar landscape, once a symbol of exile, now felt like a refuge, a place where I could escape the judgment of others and confront the emptiness within myself. The power I wielded was undeniable. I could command the shadows, traverse vast distances in the blink of an eye, and sense the presence of others with an unnerving accuracy. But these abilities came at a steep price. The joy I once found in helping others was replaced by a cold detachment. The vibrant hues of the world seemed muted, filtered through a veil of gray. The faces of those I had saved were now just blurs in my memory, their gratitude failing to penetrate the scar that cleaved my soul. I wandered aimlessly, seeking neither purpose nor companionship. The oasis where I had met Elias held no comfort. His memory was a painful reminder of the person I had once been. The village of Eliana's well, built by refugees I had guided, was a monument to a past I could no longer claim. I was a ghost, haunting the fringes of a life I could never fully rejoin. One day, I stumbled upon a hidden canyon, a place of stark beauty carved into the heart of the desert. Towering sandstone cliffs formed a natural amphitheater, reflecting the harsh sunlight and casting long, dramatic shadows. In the center of the canyon, a small spring trickled from the rock face, nurturing a patch of vibrant green. Wildflowers bloomed in profusion, their delicate petals a stark contrast to the surrounding barrenness. Drawn by an unseen force, I entered the canyon. The air felt different here, lighter, cleaner, somehow purified. The shadows seemed less menacing, the silence less oppressive. I approached the spring, kneeling to drink the cool, refreshing water. As I drank, I felt a faint stirring within my soul, a flicker of warmth in the emptiness. It was a sensation I had not experienced since making the bargain with the dark voice. Hope, fragile and tentative, began to bloom in the wasteland of my heart. I spent several days in the canyon, drawn to its tranquility and its subtle, restorative power. I slept beneath the stars, listening to the whisper of the wind and the gentle murmur of the spring. I observed the wildflowers, marveling at their resilience and their ability to thrive in such a harsh environment. One morning, as I was meditating near the spring, I sensed a presence. Not the looming darkness I had grown accustomed to, but something different. Something pure, something gentle, something familiar. I opened my eyes and saw a young woman standing before me. She was dressed in simple robes, her face radiant with kindness, her eyes filled with a gentle wisdom that mirrored Elia's. "Eliana," she said, her voice soft and melodious, "I have been waiting for you." I stared at her bewildered. "Who are you?" "My name is Sarah," she replied. "I am a healer. I have come to help you heal your soul." I scoffed. "My soul is beyond healing. I have made a bargain with the darkness. I am forever tainted." Sarah smiled gently. "The darkness may have touched you, Eliana, but it has not consumed you. There is still light within you, a spark of goodness that can be rekindled." She explained that she was a member of a hidden order of healers, dedicated to restoring balance to the world and to healing those who had been corrupted by darkness. She had sensed my presence in the canyon and had come to offer her assistance. I was skeptical but also intrigued. I had nothing to lose. I agreed to let her try. Sarah began to work on me, using a combination of herbs, meditation, and ancient healing techniques. She focused on mending the scar on my soul, on restoring the balance between light and darkness, on rekindling the flame of compassion within my heart. It was a slow and painful process. I had to confront the darkness within myself, to acknowledge the choices I had made, and to accept the consequences of my actions. I had to forgive myself for my failures and to embrace the possibility of redemption. Sarah guided me through this process with patience and understanding. She challenged my beliefs, questioned my motives, and pushed me to confront my deepest fears. She reminded me of the good I had done in the past and inspired me to believe that I could still make a difference in the future. Slowly, gradually, the scar on my soul began to heal. The emptiness began to fill with warmth and light. The colors of the world became more vibrant, the faces of others more distinct. I began to feel again, to empathize, to care. One day, Sarah told me that I was ready to face my greatest challenge, to confront the darkness that I had embraced, and to reclaim the portion of my soul that I had sacrificed. She explained that the voice I had heard in the darkness, the one that had offered me the bargain, was not a benevolent entity, but a malevolent spirit, a creature of shadow that sought to corrupt and control. It had used me to defeat Valerius, but its true goal was to consume my soul and to plunge the kingdom into eternal darkness. The portion of my soul that I had sacrificed was being used to fuel its power, to strengthen its influence, and to open a gateway to the mortal realm. If I did not reclaim it, the spirit would eventually succeed in its plan, unleashing unimaginable horrors upon the world. I knew what I had to do. I had to confront the spirit, to challenge its power, and to reclaim what was rightfully mine. Sarah prepared me for the journey, providing me with knowledge, weapons, and talismans that would protect me from the spirit's influence. She warned me that the journey would be perilous, that I would face my greatest fears, and that I might not survive. But I was determined to succeed. I had come too far to turn back now. I was ready to face the darkness, to reclaim my soul, and to save the kingdom from its impending doom. With Sarah's blessing, I embarked on my quest, venturing into the heart of the shadow realm, seeking to confront the spirit and to reclaim the lost portion of my soul. The desert, once a symbol of my despair, now stretched before me as a path to redemption. And for the first time in what felt like an eternity, I walked with purpose, carrying a flicker of hope within the scarred landscape of my soul. The desert, it seemed, could bloom again. Chapter 11. The Labyrinth of Shadows and the Echoes of Despair. The transition from the physical world to the shadow realm was disorienting. The familiar landscape of the desert dissolved into a swirling vortex of darkness, pulling me into a dimension where the laws of physics were warped and distorted. Colors bled into one another, forming grotesque and unsettling patterns. Sounds echoed and multiplied, creating a cacophony of whispers, screams, and moans. The air was thick with a palpable sense of dread, a suffocating weight that pressed down on my soul. I found myself in a labyrinth of shadows, a vast and intricate network of tunnels and caverns carved into the heart of a desolate mountain range. The walls were lined with grotesque carvings, depicting scenes of torture, despair, and demonic possession. The floor was littered with the bones of countless victims, their skeletal remains a testament to the horrors that had transpired within these dark depths. Sarah had warned me that the shadow realm was a reflection of the darkness within the hearts of mortals, a manifestation of their fears, their regrets, and their suppressed desires. It was a place where nightmares came to life, where the past was never truly buried, and where the future was perpetually shrouded in despair. As I ventured deeper into the labyrinth, I was confronted by echoes of my own past. Images of the king's court flashed before my eyes, reminding me of the corruption and treachery I had witnessed. Visions of the dungeons haunted my steps, replaying the torture and humiliation I had endured. Memories of Valerius's betrayal echoed in my ears, whispering doubts and insecurities, attempting to undermine my resolve. The spirit, sensing my presence, began to torment me, preying on my fears, exploiting my weaknesses, and attempting to lure me into its trap. "Eliana," it whispered, its voice a chilling blend of seduction and menace. "You cannot escape me. You are mine. You have sacrificed a part of your soul, and now you must pay the price." It conjured illusions of my loved ones, Elias, Miriam, Caleb, and Ruth, their faces contorted with anguish, their voices pleading for help. It claimed that I had abandoned them, that I had doomed them to suffer for eternity, that the only way to save them was to surrender to its power. I knew that these were lies, fabrications designed to break my spirit and to force me to submit to its will. But the illusions were so vivid, the emotions so real, that I struggled to resist their influence. I pressed onward, relying on Sarah's guidance, chanting the protective incantations she had taught me, and clinging to the memory of her kindness and her unwavering belief in my ability to overcome the darkness. I encountered grotesque creatures, manifestations of the spirit's power, guardians of the labyrinth that sought to prevent me from reaching my goal. There were shadow beasts, monstrous canines with glowing red eyes and razor-sharp claws that stalked me through the tunnels, their guttural growls echoing in the darkness. There were wraiths, ethereal figures with mournful faces and outstretched hands that attempted to ensnare me with their despair and to drag me into the abyss. I fought them with all my strength, wielding the weapons Sarah had given me, drawing upon the shadows to defend myself, and channeling the faint flicker of light that still remained within my soul. The battles were grueling and relentless, testing my limits and pushing me to the brink of exhaustion. But I refused to yield. I knew that the fate of the kingdom depended on my success, and I was determined to persevere, no matter the cost. As I ventured deeper into the labyrinth, the darkness intensified, the air grew colder, and the echoes of despair became more overwhelming. I felt myself growing weaker, my resolve faltering, my spirit teetering on the edge of oblivion. I stumbled upon a chamber filled with mirrors, each reflecting a different aspect of my personality, my fears, my regrets, and my darkest desires. As I gazed into the mirrors, I saw distorted versions of myself, twisted and grotesque, embodying the worst aspects of my character. There was the Eliana who craved power, who sought to control the future, who reveled in the admiration of others. There was the Eliana who succumbed to despair, who wallowed in self-pity, who blamed others for her failures. There was the Eliana who embraced the darkness, who delighted in inflicting pain, who sought to destroy everything in her path. The reflections taunted me, mocking my weaknesses and attempting to convince me that I was unworthy of redemption. They claimed that I was a monster, a creature of darkness, and that I could never escape my true nature. I struggled to resist their influence, to reject their lies, and to cling to the memory of the good I had done in the past. I reminded myself of the people I had helped, the lives I had saved, and the principles for which I had fought. I smashed the mirrors, shattering the reflections and silencing their taunts. But the experience left me shaken, weakened, and more vulnerable than ever before. As I continued my journey, I began to question my purpose, to doubt my abilities, and to fear that I was doomed to fail. The darkness was closing in, suffocating me, threatening to consume me entirely. I felt myself teetering on the edge of despair, ready to surrender to the Spirit's power, to abandon my quest, and to accept my fate as a creature of shadow. But then I heard a faint whisper, a familiar voice calling my name. "Eliana," the voice said, "do not give up. You are stronger than you think. Remember who you are. Remember what you are fighting for." It was Sarah's voice, echoing in my mind, reminding me of her kindness, her wisdom, and her unwavering belief in my ability to overcome the darkness. Her words rekindled the flame of hope within my heart. I realized that I was not alone, that I had the support of my friends, the guidance of my spirit, and the power of my own will. I drew upon my inner strength, channeling my determination and pushing back against the darkness. I reaffirmed my commitment to justice, to compassion, and to redemption. I pressed onward, venturing deeper into the labyrinth, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. I knew that the Spirit was waiting for me, that it would test me to my limits, and that it would stop at nothing to prevent me from reaching my goal. But I was no longer afraid. I had faced my demons, confronted my fears, and embraced my true self. I was ready to fight for my soul, to reclaim my humanity, and to save the kingdom from the darkness that threatened to consume it. The labyrinth of shadows had tested me, broken me, and pushed me to the brink of despair. But it had also forged me into something stronger, something more resilient, something more determined than ever before. I was ready to face the Spirit, to reclaim my soul, and to emerge from the darkness, reborn. Chapter 12. The Heart of Darkness and the Shattered Reflection. The labyrinth finally led me to a vast cavern, a cathedral of shadows at the heart of the mountain. The air crackled with malevolent energy, and the very stones seemed to pulse with a dark, unholy power. At the center of the cavern, suspended in midair, was a swirling vortex of darkness, a maelstrom of shadows that writhed and pulsed like a living thing. This was the source of the Spirit's power, the nexus of its influence, the prison of my stolen soul fragment. The Spirit manifested before me, not as a towering demon or a grotesque monster, but as a distorted reflection of myself. It wore my face, my clothes, and even possessed my memories, but its eyes burned with a cold, cruel light, and its smile was a twisted mockery of my own. "Welcome, Eliana," it said, its voice a chilling echo of my own. "I have been expecting you. I knew you would come, driven by your insatiable desire for redemption." I stood my ground, my heart pounding with apprehension, but my resolve unwavering. "You are not me," I said, my voice steady despite the tremor in my soul. "You are a parasite, a thief, a creature of darkness that has stolen a part of my being." The Spirit chuckled, a hollow, mirthless sound that echoed through the cavern. "You flatter yourself, Eliana. I am not a parasite. I am your true self, the part of you that you have always tried to suppress, the part of you that embraces power, that revels in darkness, that hungers for control." It gestured towards the vortex of shadows. "Look, Eliana, at what you have created. This power is yours, a gift from the darkness. Embrace it, Eliana, and together we can rule this realm, we can reshape the world in our image." I refused to be swayed by its lies, to be tempted by its promises. I knew that the Spirit was trying to manipulate me, to exploit my weaknesses, and to lure me into its trap. "I will never embrace the darkness," I said, my voice firm. "I will never surrender to your power. I am here to reclaim what you have stolen, to banish you from this realm, and to restore balance to the world." The Spirit's smile faded, replaced by a look of cold fury. "You are a fool, Eliana," it said. "You cannot defeat me. I am too powerful. I have absorbed a part of your soul, and now I possess your memories, your knowledge, and your very essence. You are nothing without me." It unleashed a torrent of dark energy, a wave of shadows that surged towards me, attempting to overwhelm me, to consume me, and to drag me into the vortex. I raised my hands, channeling the faint flicker of light that still remained within my soul and created a shield of protection. The shadows crashed against the shield, testing its limits, attempting to break through, but the light held firm, deflecting the darkness and preserving my integrity. The battle began. The spirit attacked me with all its power, unleashing a barrage of dark magic, conjuring illusions, and summoning grotesque creatures to do its bidding. I defended myself with the weapons Sarah had given me, wielding the shadows to my advantage, and relying on my knowledge of the spirit's weaknesses. The cavern echoed with the sounds of battle, the clash of steel, the crackle of magic, and the screams of the damned. The very air vibrated with the intensity of the conflict, threatening to tear the fabric of reality. I fought with courage, with determination, and with a fierce desire to reclaim my soul. But the spirit was too powerful, its influence too pervasive. I found myself growing weaker, my defenses faltering, my resolve teetering on the edge of collapse. The spirit sensed my vulnerability and it pressed its advantage, unleashing a final, devastating attack. It conjured an illusion of Elia's, his face contorted with anguish, his voice pleading for help. "Eliana," the illusion cried, "please save me. The spirit is torturing me. I cannot endure it any longer." The illusion was so vivid, the emotion so real that I hesitated, my heart breaking with guilt and despair. I knew that it was a trick, a manipulation designed to exploit my compassion. But I could not ignore the suffering, the pain, the desperate plea for help. The spirit seized its opportunity, launching a sneak attack, shattering my shield and striking me with a blast of dark energy. I cried out in agony, my body convulsing, my soul reeling. I felt myself being pulled towards the vortex, drawn into the abyss, ready to be consumed by the darkness. As I teetered on the edge of oblivion, I saw a vision, a glimpse of the future. I saw the kingdom plunged into eternal darkness, the people suffering under the spirit's tyranny, the world consumed by chaos and despair. I realized that I could not give up. I had to fight, not just for myself, but for the sake of the kingdom, for the sake of the world. I drew upon the last reserves of my strength, channeling my determination and pushing back against the darkness. I reaffirmed my commitment to justice, to compassion, and to redemption. I closed my eyes, focusing my mind, and reaching out to the portion of my soul that the spirit had stolen. I sent a message of love, of forgiveness, of hope, reaching across the void, attempting to reconnect with the lost part of myself. And then something miraculous happened. The portion of my soul responded. A flicker of light ignited within the vortex, a spark of defiance against the darkness. The swirling shadows began to dissipate, revealing a radiant core of pure energy, a manifestation of my true self, my unwavering commitment to goodness. The light surged outward, overwhelming the spirit, banishing its influence and shattering its illusions. The spirit screamed in agony, its form dissolving, its power fading. "You cannot defeat me," it cried. "I will return. I will always return. Darkness will always triumph." And then it was gone. The vortex of shadows collapsed, imploding upon itself, leaving behind only a faint wisp of smoke. The cavern was silent, the air cleansed, the darkness banished. I stood there trembling with exhaustion, my body bruised and battered, but my soul restored. I had faced the darkness, conquered my fears, and reclaimed my lost portion of my soul. I was whole again. But the battle had left its mark. I was forever changed by my experience, scarred by the darkness, and haunted by the memories of what I had endured. I knew that the spirit might return, that the darkness would always be lurking in the shadows, waiting for an opportunity to strike. But I was no longer afraid. I had faced the worst that the shadow realm could offer, and I had emerged victorious. I was ready to return to the mortal realm, to face whatever challenges lay ahead, and to continue the fight for justice, for compassion, and for a better world. I turned and walked away from the cavern, leaving the heart of darkness behind. I knew that the journey ahead would be long and difficult, but I also knew that I was no longer alone. I had the support of my friends, the guidance of my spirit, and the strength of my own soul. I was ready to embrace the future, whatever it might hold. Chapter 13: The Return of the Wanderer and the Seeds of Renewal. Emerging from the shadow realm felt like being born anew. The harsh sunlight stung my eyes, but it was a welcome sensation after the oppressive darkness I had endured. The desert air, dry and biting, filled my lungs with a sense of life and vitality. The familiar landscape, once a reminder of my exile, now appeared vibrant and beautiful. I was no longer the shadow walker, the creature of darkness driven by a single-minded desire for revenge. I was Eliana, scarred but whole, humbled but resolute, ready to face the future with courage and compassion. I returned to the hidden canyon, seeking solace and guidance from Sarah. She greeted me with a warm embrace, her eyes filled with relief and joy. "You have done it, Eliana," she said, her voice soft and gentle. "You have faced the darkness and emerged victorious. You have reclaimed your soul and restored balance to the world." I smiled, a genuine smile, one that reached my eyes and warmed my heart. "I could not have done it without you, Sarah," I said. "Your guidance, your support, your unwavering belief in me, it saved me from the darkness." Sarah shook her head. "You saved yourself, Eliana," she said. "You possessed the strength, the courage, and the compassion to overcome the darkness. I merely showed you the way." I spent several days in the canyon, resting and recovering from my ordeal. Sarah tended to my wounds, both physical and emotional, using her healing skills to mend my body and soothe my soul. She taught me new techniques for channeling my powers, for harnessing the energy of the light, and for protecting myself from the influence of the darkness. I learned that the battle against the spirit was not over, that the darkness would always be lurking in the shadows, waiting for an opportunity to strike. But I also learned that I was not alone in this fight, that there were others who shared my commitment to justice, to compassion, and to a better world. Sarah introduced me to the other members of her order, a diverse group of healers, mystics, and warriors, each possessing unique skills and abilities. They welcomed me into their ranks, sharing their knowledge, their experiences, and their unwavering support. I learned that the kingdom was still in turmoil, recovering from Valerius's tyranny and struggling to rebuild. The council had been disbanded, the laws overturned, and the people oppressed. The former loyalists were back in power, seeking to restore the old order and to crush any dissent. Caleb, Miriam, and Ruth had gone into hiding, continuing to resist the oppression in secret. They were organizing resistance movements, spreading messages of hope, and preparing for the day when they could reclaim their freedom. I knew that I had to return to the kingdom, to reunite with my friends, to inspire the people, and to lead them in the fight for justice. But I also knew that I could not do it alone. I needed the support of the order, the guidance of Sarah, and the strength of my own soul. Sarah agreed to accompany me on my journey, providing me with her healing skills, her wisdom, and her unwavering faith. She gathered a small group of members from the order, each possessing unique abilities that would be invaluable in the battles to come. We set out from the canyon, venturing back into the desert, our hearts filled with determination and our spirits buoyed by hope. The landscape seemed different now, more vibrant, more alive. The wildflowers bloomed in profusion, their delicate petals a symbol of resilience and renewal. As we traveled, we encountered refugees, fleeing from the oppression of the kingdom, seeking safety and sanctuary. We offered them food, water, and shelter, tending to their wounds and listening to their stories. We inspired them with our message of hope, encouraging them to resist the tyranny and to fight for their freedom. We arrived at the village of Eliana's well, where we were greeted with tears of joy and expressions of gratitude. The villagers had suffered greatly under Valerius's rule, but they had never lost hope. They had clung to the memory of my kindness, drawing strength from my example. We spent several days in the village, helping the people rebuild their homes, replant their fields, and restore their community. We shared our knowledge of healing, of farming, and of self-defense. We empowered them to take control of their own lives and to resist the oppression of the kingdom. From Eliana's well, we sent messengers to Caleb, Miriam, and Ruth, informing them of our arrival and requesting a meeting. They responded with cautious enthusiasm, agreeing to meet us in a hidden location outside the city. The meeting was emotional, filled with tears of joy and expressions of relief. We embraced our friends, reaffirming our bonds of loyalty and friendship. We shared our stories, our experiences, and our plans for the future. Caleb, Miriam, and Ruth were impressed by my transformation, by my renewed commitment to justice, and by the power and skill of the members of the order. They agreed to join forces with us, combining our resources, our knowledge, and our abilities to launch a unified resistance movement. We devised a plan to infiltrate the city, to expose the corruption of the new regime, to inspire the people to rebel, and to overthrow the tyranny once and for all. It was a risky plan, but we believed it was our only hope. We knew that we faced formidable challenges, but we also knew that we had the support of the people, the guidance of our spirits, and the strength of our own souls. We were ready to return to the kingdom, to face the darkness, and to fight for a better future. We were the seeds of renewal, ready to be sown in the barren soil of oppression, ready to blossom into a garden of justice, compassion, and freedom. Chapter 14: The City of Whispers and the Gathering Storm. Infiltrating the capital city, Veridia, was like stepping into a pressure cooker. Fear was palpable, hanging in the air like a thick fog. The once vibrant marketplace now echoed with hushed conversations and furtive glances. Soldiers patrolled the streets, their eyes scanning the crowds, their hands never far from their swords. The grand architecture of the city seemed to loom oppressively, monuments to a power built on fear and injustice. Valerius's former loyalists, now firmly in control, had transformed Veridia into a city of whispers, where dissent was met with swift and brutal punishment. Public gatherings were forbidden, and even private conversations were conducted with extreme caution. Spies were everywhere, their ears attuned to any hint of rebellion, their tongues eager to curry favor with the new regime. My group, disguised as merchants and pilgrims, moved through the city with practiced ease, our faces carefully neutral, our voices barely audible. We had established contact with local members of Caleb's resistance network, who provided us with safe houses, secret passages, and crucial information about the inner workings of the new government. We learned that the city was on the brink of starvation. The former loyalists, motivated by greed and vengeance, had seized control of the food supply, selling it at exorbitant prices to the wealthy while the poor languished in hunger. Disease was rampant, and the city's healers were overwhelmed, struggling to cope with the ever-increasing number of patients. The people were desperate, their hope dwindling, their spirits crushed. But beneath the surface of fear, a spark of defiance still flickered. They remembered the promises of justice and equality that had fueled the rebellion against the king, and they yearned for a return to those ideals. Caleb, Miriam, and Ruth, operating from the shadows, had been working tirelessly to keep that spark alive. They organized secret meetings, distributed food to the needy, and provided medical care to the sick. They whispered messages of hope, reminding the people that they were not forgotten, that help was on the way. Our arrival in the city ignited a new wave of hope. The news of my return spread like wildfire, whispered from ear to ear, electrifying the oppressed citizens. They saw me as a symbol of resistance, a beacon of light in the darkness, a reminder that tyranny could be overthrown. We met with Caleb, Miriam, and Ruth in a hidden cellar beneath a dilapidated tavern, a gathering place for the city's outcasts and rebels. The reunion was bittersweet, filled with joy at our reunion, but also with sorrow for the suffering that the city had endured. "The people are ready to rise up, Eliana," Caleb said, his voice grim. "They are tired of the oppression, the hunger, the fear. They are waiting for a sign, a catalyst to ignite the rebellion." "We must be cautious," Miriam cautioned, her eyes filled with concern. "The city is crawling with spies. Any misstep could lead to our capture or worse, to a massacre of the innocent." "We must strike at the heart of their power," Ruth added, her voice firm. "We must expose the corruption of the new regime, reveal their lies, and inspire the people to reclaim their freedom." We spent hours discussing our strategy, analyzing the strengths and weaknesses of the new government, and identifying key targets for our initial attacks. we decided to focus on three primary objectives. 1. Expose the corruption. We would gather evidence of the former loyalists' crimes, revealing their greed, their treachery, and their disregard for the welfare of the people. 2. Seize the food supply. We would infiltrate the warehouses where the food was being stored and redistribute it to the needy, demonstrating our commitment to justice and our ability to provide for the people. 3. Inspire the rebellion. We would organize public demonstrations, rallies, and acts of defiance, reminding the people of their power and inspiring them to rise up against the tyranny. We divided our forces, assigning specific tasks to each member of our group. I would focus on gathering evidence of the corruption, using my skills to navigate the shadows and infiltrate the inner circles of the new government. Sarah and her order would provide medical care to the sick and injured, building trust and gathering intelligence. Caleb and his resistance fighters would prepare for armed resistance, training the people and stockpiling weapons. Miriam and Ruth would spread our message of hope, organizing secret meetings and distributing pamphlets. The following days were a whirlwind of activity. I moved through the city like a phantom, observing the actions of the former loyalists, eavesdropping on their conversations, and gathering evidence of their crimes. I learned that they were embezzling funds, extorting merchants, and even selling citizens into slavery. Sarah and her order worked tirelessly, tending to the sick and injured, offering comfort and support, and gathering invaluable information about the city's layout, the location of key government buildings, and the identities of the most ruthless officials. Caleb and his resistance fighters trained in secret, honing their skills, crafting weapons, and preparing for the inevitable conflict. They were a diverse group of people, united by their hatred of tyranny and their unwavering commitment to freedom. Miriam and Ruth inspired the people with their words of hope, reminding them of their strength, their courage, and their right to self-determination. They organized secret meetings in homes, taverns, and even in the city's catacombs, spreading our message of resistance and recruiting new members to our cause. As our efforts gained momentum, the atmosphere in the city began to shift. The whispers of fear were gradually replaced by murmurs of defiance. The furtive glances were replaced by knowing nods of solidarity. The oppressed citizens were beginning to find their voice, to reclaim their power, and to prepare for the coming storm. But the former loyalists were not oblivious to our activities. They sensed the growing unrest, the rising tide of rebellion, and they responded with increased brutality, tightening their grip on the city and cracking down on any hint of dissent. The gathering storm was inevitable. It was only a matter of time before the city would erupt in violence, before the oppressed citizens would rise up against their oppressors, before the fight for freedom would begin. And I, Eliana, the scarred soul, the reluctant leader, the wandering hope, would be at the forefront of that fight, leading the charge, inspiring the resistance, and guiding the people towards a better future. The city of whispers was about to become a city of roars. Chapter 15. The Unveiling of Secrets and the Bread Riots. The first strike was carefully calculated to shatter the illusion of the new regime's benevolence and expose the rot festering beneath the surface. I had spent weeks piecing together a comprehensive dossier of the former Loyalists' crimes, meticulously documenting their embezzlement, extortion, and acts of cruelty. The information was damning, but it needed to reach the public. With the help of a skilled printer within Caleb's network, we secretly reproduced hundreds of leaflets detailing the evidence, using a coded language that bypassed the censors. Under the cover of darkness, Miriam and Ruth's network distributed the leaflets throughout the city, slipping them under doors, leaving them in crowded marketplaces, and even attaching them to the feet of pigeons that were released into the night sky. The impact was immediate and profound. As the sun rose, citizens awoke to find the shocking revelations laid bare before them. Whispers turned to gasps, and gasps turned to angry shouts as people realized the extent of the betrayal. The former Loyalists, who had presented themselves as saviors of the kingdom, were revealed to be nothing more than common thieves and despots. The city erupted in outrage. Crowds gathered in the streets, brandishing the leaflets, demanding justice and calling for the downfall of the corrupt regime. The soldiers, caught off guard by the sudden eruption of anger, struggled to maintain order, their attempts to quell the unrest only fueling the flames of rebellion. Taking advantage of the chaos, Caleb and his resistance fighters launched their second strike, the seizure of the food warehouses. Under the cover of the crowds, they infiltrated the warehouses, overpowering the guards and seizing control of the vast stores of grain and other provisions. The news of the food seizure spread like wildfire, electrifying the city. The hungry and desperate citizens who had been on the brink of starvation flocked to the warehouses, eager to claim their share of the bounty. What started as a carefully planned operation quickly spiraled into a full-blown bread riot. Thousands of people stormed the warehouses, overwhelming the resistance fighters and seizing control of the food. The scene was chaotic, but also triumphant. The people were taking back what was rightfully theirs, defying the tyranny of the corrupt regime and reclaiming their dignity. I watched from a rooftop overlooking the city square, my heart swelling with a mixture of hope and apprehension. The people were rising up, but the former Loyalists would not surrender their power without a fight. As if on cue, the soldiers arrived, marching into the square with swords drawn and shields raised. They charged into the crowd, attempting to disperse the rioters, but the people stood their ground, fighting back with whatever weapons they could find: stones, sticks, and even their bare hands. The square became a battleground, a chaotic melee of violence and defiance. The soldiers, outnumbered and outmatched, struggled to maintain control. The people, driven by hunger and desperation, fought with a ferocity that surprised even themselves. Sarah and her order rushed into the square, tending to the wounded, offering comfort and support, and providing medical care to those who had been injured in the fighting. Their presence was a calming influence, a reminder of the compassion and humanity that had been lost under the rule of the former Loyalists. I knew that I had to intervene. I could not stand idly by while the people were slaughtered. I leaped from the rooftop, landing gracefully in the middle of the square, my presence instantly drawing the attention of both the soldiers and the rioters. I raised my hands, channeling the energy of the light, and projected a wave of force that pushed back the soldiers, creating a safe zone for the wounded and the civilians. The soldiers, stunned by the sudden display of power, hesitated, giving the rioters time to regroup and reorganize. I spoke to the crowd, my voice amplified by my connection to the shadows, reaching every corner of the square. "People of Veridia," I cried, "you have shown the world that you will not be oppressed. You have tasted freedom and you will not let it be taken away. Fight for your rights. Fight for your families. Fight for your future." My words ignited a new surge of energy in the crowd. The rioters roared their approval, their voices filled with passion and determination. They surged forward, overwhelming the soldiers, driving them back and reclaiming the square. The battle was far from over, but the tide had turned. The people of Veridia had tasted victory, and they were not about to relinquish it. The gathering storm had finally broken, unleashing its fury upon the corrupt regime and paving the way for a new era of justice and freedom. Chapter 16: The Siege of Veridia and the Price of Freedom. The bread riots were just the beginning. They acted as the spark that ignited a city-wide rebellion, transforming Veridia into a war zone. The former loyalists, reeling from the sudden loss of control, responded with overwhelming force, declaring martial law and unleashing their full military might upon the rebellious citizens. The streets became battlegrounds, barricaded with overturned carts and rubble. Snipers perched on rooftops, exchanging fire with soldiers in the streets below. The air was thick with the smell of smoke and burning buildings, the sounds of gunfire and explosions echoing throughout the city. The former loyalists, entrenched in the city's key strongholds, the palace, the barracks, and the armory, launched a brutal campaign to crush the rebellion, indiscriminately shelling residential areas and rounding up suspected rebels for summary execution. Despite the overwhelming force arrayed against them, the people of Veridia refused to surrender. Inspired by the bread riots, they organized themselves into makeshift militias, arming themselves with whatever weapons they could find and fighting back with a ferocity born of desperation. Caleb, with his military training and strategic brilliance, emerged as the leader of the rebellion, coordinating the various militias, organizing defenses, and launching daring raids against the former loyalist strongholds. Miriam and Ruth, risking their lives, moved through the war-torn city, tending to the wounded, providing comfort to the grieving, and inspiring the rebels with their words of hope and resilience. Sarah and her order worked tirelessly, transforming abandoned buildings into makeshift hospitals, treating the injured, and offering spiritual guidance to those facing death. I, wielding my powers and my skills, moved through the shadows, assassinating key officials, sabotaging enemy infrastructure, and disrupting their supply lines. I became a symbol of fear for the former loyalists and a beacon of hope for the rebels. The fighting was fierce and brutal, with both sides suffering heavy casualties. The city was slowly being destroyed, its buildings reduced to rubble, its streets stained with blood. But the people of Veridia refused to yield, determined to fight for their freedom, no matter the cost. As the siege dragged on, the city became increasingly isolated, cut off from the outside world by the former Loyalists' forces. Food and supplies dwindled, and the people began to starve. Disease spread rapidly, and the makeshift hospitals were overwhelmed with patients. Despair threatened to consume the rebels, their hope dwindling, their spirits broken. Some began to question whether the fight was worth it, whether freedom was worth the price of so much suffering. I knew that I had to do something to lift their spirits, to remind them of what they were fighting for, and to inspire them to continue the struggle. I organized a public gathering in the city square, despite the dangers of doing so. I spoke to the people, my voice amplified by my connection to the shadows, reaching every corner of the city. "People of Viridia," I cried, "I know that you are suffering. I know that you are afraid. I know that you are questioning whether this fight is worth it. But I am here to tell you that it is. Freedom is never easy. It always comes at a price. But the price of freedom is always worth paying." I reminded them of the tyranny they had endured under the rule of the former Loyalists, the oppression, the hunger, the fear. I reminded them of the promises of justice and equality that had fueled the rebellion, the hope for a better future, the dream of a just and equitable society. "We are fighting for our children," I said. "We are fighting for our grandchildren. We are fighting for a future where they can live in peace and freedom, where they can pursue their dreams, where they can reach their full potential." My words resonated with the people, rekindling the flame of hope within their hearts. They roared their approval, their voices filled with passion and determination. They reaffirmed their commitment to the fight for freedom, vowing to continue the struggle, no matter the cost. Inspired by my words, the rebels launched a series of daring attacks against the former Loyalist strongholds, pushing them back, reclaiming territory, and seizing valuable supplies. Caleb led a raid on the armory, capturing a large cache of weapons and ammunition, bolstering the rebels' firepower and giving them a fighting chance against the better-equipped soldiers. Miriam and Ruth organized a network of underground tunnels, allowing the rebels to move through the city undetected, launching surprise attacks and disrupting the enemy's movements. Sarah and her order established a system of mobile medical units, providing immediate care to the wounded on the front lines, saving countless lives and boosting the morale of the fighters. Despite these successes, the siege continued to drag on, with both sides locked in a bloody stalemate. The city was slowly being destroyed, its people starving, its future uncertain. I knew that we needed to find a way to break the stalemate, to end the siege, and to liberate the city. But I also knew that any attempt to do so would come at a great cost. The price of freedom, it seemed, was higher than I had ever imagined. The battle was about to get darker. Chapter 17: The Sacrifice and the Fall of the Palace. The stalemate was a slow, agonizing death for Viridia. Each day brought more suffering, more loss, more despair. The former Loyalists, clinging to their dwindling power, tightened their grip on the city, their brutality escalating with each passing hour. I knew we were running out of time. The people were starving, disease was rampant, and the rebels, though determined, were exhausted and outnumbered. We needed a decisive victory, a blow that would shatter the former loyalists' resolve and break their stranglehold on the city. Intelligence gathered by Caleb's network revealed that the former loyalists' leader, General Marius, was holed up in the palace, surrounded by his most loyal guards. The palace was a fortress heavily fortified and nearly impregnable, but it was also the symbol of their power, the heart of their regime. Taking the palace would be a devastating blow, both strategically and psychologically. Caleb devised a plan to infiltrate the palace, using a network of secret passages and tunnels that had been forgotten over time. A small team of elite rebels, led by Caleb himself, would sneak into the palace, assassinate General Marius, and open the gates for the main rebel force to storm the building. It was a risky plan with a high chance of failure, but it was our only hope. I volunteered to join the team. My powers, my skills, and my knowledge of the palace made me an invaluable asset. I could move through the shadows, bypass security measures, and locate General Marius. Sarah vehemently opposed my decision. She argued that the mission was too dangerous, that I was too valuable to risk, and that my presence would only increase the chances of failure. "You are the heart of this rebellion, Eliana," she said, her eyes filled with concern. "You are the symbol of hope for the people. If you die, their spirits will be crushed and all will be lost." I understood her concerns, but I refused to be swayed. I knew that this was my destiny, my purpose. I had come too far, sacrificed too much to back down now. "I cannot stand idly by while others risk their lives," I said. "I must be on the front lines, fighting for what I believe in. If I die knowing that I gave everything I had for the cause of freedom." Sarah, seeing my determination, relented, but she insisted on accompanying me on the mission. Her healing skills, her spiritual guidance, and her unwavering faith would be essential in the battles to come. Under the cover of darkness, we set out, a small band of rebels, venturing into the heart of the enemy territory. Caleb led the way, his knowledge of the city's underbelly guiding us through the labyrinthine tunnels. We moved silently, cautiously, avoiding patrols and bypassing security checkpoints. The air was thick with tension, the silence broken only by the sound of our footsteps and the pounding of our hearts. We reached the entrance to the secret passage, a hidden doorway concealed behind a crumbling wall in an abandoned building. Caleb unlocked the door, and we slipped inside, entering a dark and musty tunnel that led deep beneath the city. The tunnel was narrow and cramped, forcing us to crawl on our hands and knees. The air was stifling, and the darkness was absolute. We pressed onward, relying on our senses of touch and hearing to guide us. After what seemed like an eternity, we reached the end of the tunnel, a hidden chamber beneath the palace. We emerged from the tunnel, blinking in the dim light, our bodies aching, our spirits weary. We were inside the palace, but we were still far from our goal. We needed to locate General Marius, assassinate him, and open the gates for the main rebel force. I used my powers to move through the shadows, scouting the palace, gathering information, and identifying the location of General Marius's quarters. I learned that he was heavily guarded, surrounded by his most loyal soldiers. We devised a plan to infiltrate his quarters, using a combination of stealth, deception, and force. Caleb and his team would create a diversion, drawing the guards away from the main entrance. I, with Sarah's support, would slip through the shadows, assassinate General Marius, and signal the rebel force to attack. The plan was risky, but it was our best chance. Caleb and his team launched their diversion, attacking the main entrance to General Marius's quarters, engaging the guards in a fierce firefight. The palace erupted in chaos, the sounds of gunfire and explosions echoing through the corridors. I, with Sarah by my side, slipped through the shadows, bypassing the guards and making my way towards General Marius's quarters. We moved silently, cautiously, our hearts pounding with apprehension. We reached the entrance to General Marius's quarters, a heavily guarded doorway at the end of a long corridor. The guards were alert, their eyes scanning the surroundings, their hands never far from their weapons. I used my powers to create a distraction, summoning a wave of shadows that enveloped the guards, disorienting them, and creating an opening for us to slip inside. We burst into General Marius's quarters, surprising him in his chambers. He was sitting at his desk, poring over maps and documents, his face etched with worry. He leaped to his feet, drawing his sword, his eyes widening with surprise and anger. "You," he cried. "I should have known it was you." He lunged at me, his sword raised, his face contorted with rage. I parried his blow, disarming him and striking him down with my powers. He fell to the ground, his eyes wide with disbelief. "This is for Veridia," I said, my voice cold and devoid of emotion. I signaled to the rebel force, using a flare I had concealed beneath my cloak. The flare soared into the sky, illuminating the palace, signaling the attack. The rebels stormed the palace gates, overwhelming the remaining guards and pouring into the courtyard. The fighting was fierce and brutal, with both sides suffering heavy casualties. But the rebels, inspired by our success, fought with a renewed determination, pushing back the former loyalists, reclaiming territory and seizing control of the palace. The tide had finally turned. The siege of Veridia was over. The rebels had won. But our victory came at a terrible cost. Caleb and his team were killed in the diversion, sacrificing their lives to create an opening for us to infiltrate the palace. Sarah was mortally wounded in the fighting, struck down by a stray bullet as she tended to the wounded. I cradled her in my arms, her blood staining my clothes, her life ebbing away. "It is done, Eliana," she whispered, her voice weak but serene. "You have saved Veridia, you have fulfilled your destiny." "But at what cost?" I cried, my tears falling on her face. "I have lost so much. I have sacrificed so much." "You have gained more than you have lost," she said. "You have gained the love and respect of the people. You have gained the knowledge that you made a difference. You have gained the peace of knowing that you did what was right." She smiled, a gentle, loving smile. "Remember, Eliana," she said, "the light will always triumph over the darkness. Never lose hope, never give up." And then she was gone. Sarah's death shattered me. I had lost my friend, my mentor, my guide. I felt alone, lost, and adrift. But I knew that I could not give up. I had to honor her sacrifice, to carry on her legacy, to build a better future for Veridia. The price of freedom had been paid. Now it was time to build a kingdom worthy of that sacrifice. Chapter 18: The Morning and the New Dawn. The immediate aftermath of the palace's fall was a mixture of jubilation and profound grief. The city erupted in cheers as the rebel forces raised their banners above the ramparts, signaling the end of the siege. People poured into the streets, embracing, weeping, and celebrating their liberation. But beneath the surface of the celebrations lay a deep sense of mourning for the lives lost, the sacrifices made, and the devastation wrought upon their beloved city. The bodies of Caleb, Sarah, and the other fallen rebels were laid in state in the city square, surrounded by flowers, candles, and weeping mourners. The entire city came to pay their respects, honoring their courage, their selflessness, and their unwavering commitment to freedom. I stood vigil beside Sarah's body, my heart heavy with sorrow, my soul burdened by guilt. I felt responsible for her death, for the deaths of all those who had fallen in the siege. If I hadn't returned, if I hadn't ignited the rebellion, they would still be alive. But then I looked at the faces of the people, their eyes filled with gratitude, their hearts filled with hope. They had been liberated from tyranny, given a chance to rebuild their lives, and offered a glimpse of a better future. I knew that Sarah would have wanted me to focus on that, to honor her memory by building a just and equitable society for the people of Veridia. The funeral was a solemn and moving affair. The entire city came to a standstill as the bodies of the fallen rebels were carried through the streets, accompanied by a procession of mourners. The air was filled with music, prayers, and eulogies, celebrating their lives and commemorating their sacrifice. I delivered the eulogy for Sarah, my voice trembling with emotion. I spoke of her kindness, her wisdom, her healing skills, and her unwavering faith. I spoke of her commitment to justice, her compassion for the suffering, and her belief in the power of hope. Sarah was a light in the darkness, I said. She was a healer of bodies and souls. She was a guide, a mentor, and a friend. She sacrificed her life to save Veridia, to liberate its people, and to pave the way for a better future. We will never forget her. We will honor her memory by building a society that reflects her values, a society based on justice, compassion, and freedom. After the funeral, the task of rebuilding the city began. The damage was extensive, the resources scarce, and the challenges daunting. But the people of Veridia, inspired by the sacrifices of the fallen rebels, approached the task with determination and resilience. They cleared the rubble, repaired the buildings, and restored the infrastructure. They organized food distribution, provided medical care, and established shelters for the homeless. They formed community groups, working together to rebuild their lives and their society. I worked alongside them, lending my powers, my skills, and my leadership to the effort. I helped to organize the city's defenses, to secure its borders, and to establish a new government. I listened to the concerns of the people, addressed their needs, and worked to create a just and equitable society for all. We established a new council, composed of representatives from all segments of society, to govern Veridia. Caleb, Miriam and Ruth were posthumously honored with seats on the council, their legacies serving as a guiding force for our decisions. Miriam, who had recovered after Sarah's death, was instrumental in continuing to give medical and spiritual guidance for the people. The council enacted new laws, abolished the oppressive taxes, redistributed the land, and established a system of education and health care for all citizens. We promoted trade and commerce, encouraged innovation and creativity, and fostered a culture of peace and cooperation. Slowly, gradually, Veridia began to heal. The rubble was cleared, the buildings were repaired, and the streets were cleaned. The people began to smile again, to laugh again, to dream again. But the scars of the siege remained. The memories of the violence, the suffering, and the loss would never be fully erased. But they served as a reminder of the price of freedom, a testament to the courage and resilience of the people, and an inspiration to build a better future. I spent my days working to rebuild Veridia, to heal its wounds, and to create a just and equitable society for all. But my nights were haunted by nightmares, by visions of the siege, by the faces of the fallen. I felt the burden of leadership weighing heavily on my shoulders, the responsibility for the lives of the people, the weight of the past, and the uncertainty of the future. I sought solace in the desert, finding peace in the solitude of the wilderness. I visited Sarah's grave in the hidden canyon, honoring her memory, seeking her guidance, and reaffirming my commitment to her ideals. One day, as I was sitting beside Sarah's grave, I heard a faint whisper, a familiar voice calling my name. Eliana, the voice said, "You have done well, you have saved Veridia, you have honored my memory." I looked around, searching for the source of the voice, but I saw nothing. "Who is there?" I asked, my voice trembling. "It is me, Sarah," the voice replied. "I am always with you, guiding you, protecting you." I closed my eyes, feeling a surge of emotion. I knew that it was not truly Sarah, not her physical presence, but it was her spirit, her essence, her love, still guiding me, still inspiring me, still reminding me of the power of hope. "What should I do, Sarah?" I asked. "The challenges are still great. The future is still uncertain. I am afraid of failing the people, of failing you." "You will not fail, Eliana," the voice replied. "You have the strength, the courage, and the compassion to overcome any challenge. Trust in yourself. Trust in the people. Trust in the light." "But what about the darkness?" I asked. "What about the evil that still lurks in the shadows, waiting for an opportunity to strike?" "The darkness will always be there, Eliana," the voice said, "but it cannot triumph over the light. As long as you continue to fight for justice, to promote compassion, and to spread hope, the darkness will never prevail." I opened my eyes, feeling a renewed sense of purpose, a stronger commitment to my ideals, and a deeper understanding of the balance between light and darkness. I returned to Veridia, ready to face the future with courage and determination. The task of rebuilding the city was far from over, but I knew that we were on the right path. We had overcome the darkness, and we were building a new dawn, a new era of justice, compassion, and freedom. The morning had to come to an end. Chapter 19. The Whispers of Conspiracy and the Price of Peace. The early years of Veridia's rebuilding were marked by an unprecedented period of prosperity and unity. The council, guided by the principles of justice and equality, implemented policies that benefited all citizens, regardless of their background or status. Trade flourished, innovation thrived, and the arts blossomed. Veridia became a beacon of hope, attracting refugees from neighboring kingdoms, all seeking a better life in our liberated city. But peace, I learned, is a fragile thing, easily shattered by ambition, greed, and the lingering echoes of old hatreds. Despite the outward appearance of unity, whispers of discontent began to circulate, fueled by those who resented the new order and longed for a return to the old ways. The former loyalists, though defeated, had not been entirely eradicated. Many had fled Veridia, seeking refuge in neighboring kingdoms, where they plotted their revenge and sought to undermine our efforts. They spread rumors, sowed discord, and funded subversive activities, seeking to destabilize our government and create chaos. I had underestimated their tenacity, their willingness to cling to power at any cost. I had believed that the people, having tasted freedom, would never return to the chains of tyranny. But I had failed to account for the power of propaganda, the allure of nostalgia, and the enduring appeal of strong leadership, even when that leadership was based on oppression. The whispers of conspiracy grew louder, more insistent, poisoning the minds of some citizens, particularly those who had benefited from the old regime or who felt threatened by the new order. They complained about the high taxes, the social reforms, and the influx of refugees. They claimed that the council was weak, incompetent, and corrupt, and that Veridia was on the brink of collapse. At the center of this growing unrest was a charismatic and ambitious nobleman named Lord Arlen. He was a distant relative of General Marius, the former leader of the Loyalists, and he had managed to escape capture after the fall of the palace. He had returned to Veridia secretly, seeking to capitalize on the discontent and to seize power for himself. Arlen was a master of manipulation, a skilled orator, and a cunning strategist. He tapped into the fears and prejudices of the people, promising to restore Veridia to its former glory, to expel the refugees, and to punish those who had betrayed the old regime. He gathered a following of disgruntled citizens, former loyalists, and opportunistic nobles, forming a secret society dedicated to overthrowing the council and establishing a new monarchy. I learned of Arlen's conspiracy through my network of spies and informants, the shadows still proving useful in gathering information. I knew that he posed a serious threat to Veridia's stability, and I needed to act quickly to expose his treachery and prevent him from seizing power. I presented the evidence to the council, outlining Arlen's plans and warning them of the danger. Some members of the council were skeptical, dismissing Arlen as a harmless rabble-rouser. Others were fearful, urging caution and restraint. But Miriam, ever wise and insightful, recognized the gravity of the situation and supported my call for action. "We cannot afford to underestimate Arlen," she said. "He is a dangerous man with a clear agenda and a growing following. We must act decisively to protect Veridia from his treachery." We devised a plan to expose Arlen's conspiracy, to gather evidence of his crimes, and to arrest him and his followers. We deployed our spies to infiltrate his secret society, to gather information about their plans and to identify their leaders. We increased security throughout the city, tightening surveillance and preparing for potential unrest. I took a more direct approach, using my powers to investigate Arlen personally. I followed him through the shadows, eavesdropping on his conversations and observing his activities. I learned that he was planning a coup, intending to seize control of the palace during a public festival and to declare himself the new ruler of Veridia. The festival was scheduled to take place in the city square in just a few days. It was a celebration of Veridia's liberation, a time for the people to come together, to rejoice in their freedom, and to honor the sacrifices of the fallen rebels. Arlen planned to use the festival as a cover for his coup, blending his forces with the crowd, launching a surprise attack on the palace, and seizing control of the government. I knew that we had to stop him. We could not allow him to destroy everything we had worked so hard to build. We had to protect Veridia from his tyranny. I gathered the loyal members of the council, the leaders of the resistance network, and the commanders of the city's guard. We devised a plan to counter Arlen's coup, to trap him and his followers, and to prevent them from seizing power. We decided to let Arlen proceed with his plan, allowing him to believe that he had caught us off guard. We would lure him into the city square, surround him and his forces, and then launch a coordinated attack, crushing the rebellion before it could begin. It was a risky plan, but it was our best chance to defeat Arlen and to protect Veridia. On the day of the festival, the city square was packed with people, their faces filled with joy and excitement. The air was filled with music, laughter, and the smell of food. The atmosphere was festive and carefree, a stark contrast to the tension and anxiety that I felt inside. I moved through the crowd, my eyes scanning the faces, searching for any sign of trouble. I saw Arlen standing on a raised platform addressing the people, his voice amplified by a magical device. He was surrounded by his followers, their faces hidden beneath cloaks and hoods. As Arlen spoke, I saw a signal, a prearranged gesture that indicated that the coup was about to begin. Arlen's followers began to move through the crowd, forming ranks, drawing their weapons and preparing to attack the palace. I gave the signal, a subtle gesture that alerted our forces to launch their counterattack. The city guard, concealed in the surrounding buildings, opened fire, showering Arlen's followers with arrows and bolts. The rebel forces, hidden among the crowd, surged forward, engaging Arlen's followers in hand-to-hand combat. The square erupted in chaos, the festive atmosphere shattered by the sudden violence. The people screamed, ran for cover, and struggled to escape the carnage. Arlen, realizing that he had been betrayed, panicked and attempted to flee. But I was too quick for him. I moved through the shadows, intercepting him and confronting him in the middle of the square. "It's over, Arlen," I said, my voice cold and devoid of emotion. "Your coup has failed. Your tyranny will not prevail." Arlen drew his sword, his face contorted with rage. "You cannot stop me, Eliana," he cried. "I am destined to rule Veridia. The people will support me." He lunged at me, his sword raised, his eyes filled with hatred. I parried his blow, disarming him and striking him down with my powers. He fell to the ground, his eyes wide with disbelief. "This is for Veridia," I said, echoing the words I had spoken to General Marius. The city guard arrested Arlen and his remaining followers, bringing the coup to an end. The fighting in the square subsided, and the people slowly emerged from their hiding places, their faces filled with relief and gratitude. But the victory came at a cost. Many innocent civilians were killed or injured in the fighting. The city square, once a symbol of celebration, was now stained with blood. I felt the weight of those deaths on my shoulders, the responsibility for the suffering that had been inflicted. I had saved Veridia from tyranny, but I had also condemned many innocent people to death. I realized that peace is not merely the absence of war. It is a constant struggle, a never-ending battle against the forces of darkness, ambition, and greed. And the price of peace is often higher than we are willing to pay. Chapter 20: The Weight of Decisions and the Distant Shores. Arlen's failed coup left a deep scar on Veridia. The violence shook the people's faith in the council and in their newfound freedom. The deaths of innocent civilians fueled resentment and suspicion, creating a climate of fear and distrust. Even though we had successfully thwarted Arlen's attempt to seize power, the whispers of conspiracy and discontent lingered, threatening to undermine the stability of our government. The council debated for weeks on what to do with Arlen and his followers. Some members advocated for leniency, arguing that harsh punishments would only fuel further unrest. Others called for swift and brutal justice, demanding the execution of all those involved in the conspiracy. I struggled with the decision. Part of me wanted to show mercy, to offer Arlen and his followers a chance to redeem themselves, to integrate them back into society. But another part of me feared that they would never truly change, that they would always harbor resentment and seek to undermine our efforts. I also felt a responsibility to the victims of their conspiracy, to the families who had lost loved ones in the violence. I knew that they deserved justice, that they deserved to see those responsible for their suffering held accountable. In the end, I sided with the council members who advocated for justice, but I insisted on a fair and transparent trial. Arlen and his followers were brought before a public court, where they were charged with treason, conspiracy, and murder. The evidence against them was overwhelming, and they were found guilty on all counts. The council debated the sentencing, weighing the options, considering the consequences. I proposed a compromise, a sentence that would be both just and merciful. Arlen and the leaders of the conspiracy would be exiled from Veridia, banished to a distant and uninhabited island, where they would be forced to live out their days in isolation. The remaining followers would be imprisoned, but their sentences would be commuted if they demonstrated genuine remorse and a commitment to serving the community. The council approved my proposal, and the sentences were carried out. Arlen and his leaders were transported to the distant island, their dreams of power and glory shattered. The remaining followers were imprisoned, given a chance to reflect on their actions and to atone for their sins. With Arlen's conspiracy finally resolved, Veridia began to heal. The people slowly regained their faith in the council and in their freedom. The economy stabilized, and the city began to prosper once more. But the experience left me deeply disillusioned. I had come to Veridia with such high hopes, believing that we could create a perfect society, a utopia based on justice and equality. But I had learned that such a dream was impossible. There would always be greed, ambition, and hatred, always be those who sought to undermine our efforts and to plunge the world into darkness. I also realized that I was growing weary of the constant struggle, the endless battles, the heavy weight of leadership. I had sacrificed so much for Veridia, given so much of myself, and I felt that I had reached my limit. I longed for peace, for solitude, for a chance to heal my soul and to find a new purpose in life. One evening, as I was sitting alone in the palace, gazing out at the city below, I received a visit from Miriam. She found me lost in thought, my face etched with weariness. "Eliana," she said, her voice soft and gentle, "you seem troubled. What is on your mind?" I poured out my heart to her, sharing my disillusionment, my weariness, and my longing for peace. I told her that I was considering leaving Veridia to seek a new life, a new purpose in a distant land. Miriam listened patiently, her eyes filled with understanding. When I had finished, she placed a hand on my shoulder, her touch gentle and reassuring. "You have given so much to Veridia, Eliana," she said. "You have saved us from tyranny, guided us through difficult times, and built a just and equitable society. You have earned the right to rest, to heal your soul, and to pursue your own happiness." She paused, her eyes filled with wisdom. "But do not think that you are abandoning us, Eliana," she continued. "You have inspired us, empowered us, and prepared us to face the future without you. Veridia will continue to thrive, even in your absence. We will remember your teachings, honor your sacrifices, and carry on your legacy." She smiled, a knowing smile. "And do not think that you can ever truly escape your destiny, Eliana," she added. "Your powers, your skills, and your compassion will always be needed in this world. Wherever you go, whatever you do, you will always be a force for good, a champion of justice, a beacon of hope." Her words gave me comfort, reassuring me that I was not abandoning Veridia, that I was simply pursuing a new path, a new purpose. I realized that my destiny was not tied to any one place or any one people. My destiny was to use my gifts to make the world a better place, to fight for justice, to promote compassion, and to spread hope wherever I may go. I made my decision. I would leave Veridia, but I would not abandon my responsibilities. I would continue to use my powers to help others, to fight for justice, and to promote peace wherever I may be. I announced my decision to the council, informing them that I would be resigning my position as leader of Veridia and departing for a distant land. The council members were saddened by my decision, but they understood my reasons and respected my choice. They thanked me for my service, honored me for my sacrifices, and wished me well on my journey. They promised to carry on my legacy, to uphold my values, and to protect the freedom and prosperity of Veridia. I bid farewell to my friends, to the people of Veridia, and to the city that I had come to love. I set sail on a ship bound for a distant shore, leaving behind the weight of decisions and embracing the uncertainty of the future. As Veridia faded into the horizon, I knew that I was embarking on a new chapter of my life, a new journey towards a new destiny. My heart, scarred but hopeful, looked toward the horizon. Chapter 21: The Serpent's Isle and the Echoes of Darkness. The journey across the ocean was long and arduous, the endless expanse of water a constant reminder of the distance I was putting between myself and Veridia. The ship, a sturdy merchant vessel named the Wanderer, was crewed by seasoned sailors, their faces weathered by sun and salt, their stories as vast and unpredictable as the sea itself. They were a taciturn lot, respectful of my privacy, but I sensed their curiosity about the mysterious woman who had booked passage to the uncharted lands beyond the known world. As we sailed further into the unknown, the weather grew more erratic, the sky darkening with ominous clouds, the sea churning with unpredictable currents. The sailors spoke of a legendary island, shrouded in mist and whispered to be cursed, a place known as Serpent's Isle. They warned me to stay below deck if we were to pass near it, claiming that the island held a dark magic that could lure sailors to their doom. I dismissed their superstitions, attributing their fears to the isolation and monotony of the long voyage. But as we approached the coordinates they had described, a palpable sense of unease settled over the ship. The wind died down, the sea became eerily calm, and a thick fog rolled in, obscuring the horizon. The air grew heavy, thick with the smell of sulfur and decay. Then through the fog it emerged, Serpent's Isle. It was a jagged, volcanic landmass, its peaks shrouded in perpetual mist, its shores lined with black, jagged rocks. Twisted, gnarled trees clung precariously to the steep slopes, their branches reaching out like skeletal arms. The island exuded an aura of menace, a palpable sense of darkness that sent shivers down my spine. Ignoring the sailors' warnings, I went to the deck, drawn by an unseen force. The island exerted a strange pull on me, a dark magnetism that resonated with the shadows within my own soul. I felt a sense of familiarity, a sense that I had been here before, that this place held a key to some forgotten part of my past. As we sailed closer to the island, I began to hear whispers, faint voices carried on the wind, calling my name, promising power, offering forbidden knowledge. The voices were seductive, tempting me to embrace the darkness, to surrender to the shadows within myself. I recognized the voice. It was the same voice that had offered me the bargain in the shadow realm, the voice of the malevolent spirit that had sought to consume my soul. It had returned, drawn to me by the darkness that still lingered within me, seeking to reclaim its hold on my being. I resisted its influence, clinging to the memory of Sarah, remembering her words of hope and her unwavering belief in the power of light. But the voices grew louder, more insistent, preying on my fears, exploiting my weaknesses and attempting to lure me to the island. Suddenly, the ship lurched violently, struck by an unseen force. The sailors cried out in alarm as the masts creaked and groaned, threatening to snap. The captain, his face pale with fear, ordered the crew to change course, to steer clear of the island. But it was too late. The ship was caught in a powerful current, being pulled inexorably towards the jagged shores of Serpent's Isle. The fog thickened, obscuring the horizon, and the island loomed before us, a dark and menacing presence. The ship crashed against the rocks, the hull splintering, the masts collapsing. The sailors scrambled to escape, leaping into the turbulent waters, desperate to reach the shore. I was thrown to the deck, my head striking against a railing. I lost consciousness, my body battered and bruised, my mind swirling with confusion and fear. I awoke on the beach, the cold sand beneath my cheek, the sound of crashing waves filling my ears. The ship was in ruins, its wreckage scattered along the shore. The sailors were nowhere to be seen, presumably drowned or lost at sea. I was alone, stranded on Serpent's Isle, at the mercy of the darkness that permeated its very soil. I knew that the spirit had lured me here, that it had orchestrated the shipwreck, that it intended to claim my soul once and for all. But I refused to surrender. I would not allow myself to be consumed by the darkness. I would fight back, drawing upon my strength, my skills, and my knowledge to survive, to escape, and to banish the spirit from this cursed island. I rose to my feet, brushing the sand from my clothes, and surveyed my surroundings. The beach was deserted, the landscape desolate and foreboding. The island loomed before me, a dark and menacing presence, its secrets hidden within its shadowy depths. I took a deep breath, steeling my resolve, and began to explore the island, seeking a way to survive, a way to escape, and a way to confront the darkness that had drawn me here. Serpent's Isle was a trap, a prison designed to break my spirit and consume my soul. But I would not be a victim. I would be a survivor. The echoes of darkness wouldn't haunt me forever. Chapter 22: The Ruins of the Ancients and the Trial of Shadows. The interior of Serpent's Isle was even more desolate and menacing than its shores. The landscape was a twisted tapestry of volcanic rock, gnarled forests, and stagnant swamps, all shrouded in a perpetual mist that clung to the land like a shroud. The air was thick with the smell of sulfur and decay, and the silence was broken only by the screech of unseen birds and the rustling of unseen creatures in the undergrowth. As I ventured deeper into the island, I discovered the ruins of an ancient civilization, crumbling stone structures overgrown with vegetation, their walls etched with strange symbols and forgotten lore. These ruins, I sensed, were the key to understanding the island's dark history, the source of its malevolent power. I explored the ruins cautiously, my senses alert, my hand never far from my weapons. The shadows seemed to move on their own, playing tricks on my eyes, whispering secrets in my ear. I felt the presence of unseen entities, watching me, judging me, waiting for me to make a mistake. In one of the ruins, a crumbling temple dedicated to a forgotten god, I discovered a hidden chamber, its walls lined with ancient texts and artifacts. The texts were written in a language I did not recognize, but I sensed their power, their knowledge, their connection to the darkness. Among the artifacts was a strange obsidian mirror, its surface polished to a perfect sheen. As I gazed into the mirror, I saw not my own reflection, but a vision of the past, a glimpse into the history of Serpent's Isle. I saw the ancient civilization, thriving and prosperous, their cities gleaming in the sun, their people dedicated to the pursuit of knowledge and power. I saw them delving into forbidden magic, summoning dark entities, and making pacts with the spirit that now haunted the island. I saw them succumbing to corruption, their society crumbling from within, their cities consumed by fire and darkness. I saw the spirit claiming the island as its own, transforming it into a prison for the damned, a haven for evil. The vision faded, leaving me shaken and disturbed. I understood now the source of the island's darkness, the history of its corruption. But I also understood that I was not the first to be lured here, that countless others had fallen prey to the spirit's influence, their souls trapped within this cursed land. I knew that I had to find a way to break the spirit's hold on the island, to free the trapped souls, and to restore balance to this corrupted place. But I also knew that the task would be perilous, that I would face trials and tribulations that would test my limits and push me to the brink of despair. As I left the temple, I was confronted by a group of spectral figures, the trapped souls of those who had died on the island, their faces contorted with anguish and despair. They surrounded me, their hands outstretched, their voices pleading for help. "Free us, Eliana," they cried. "Free us from this torment, release us from this prison." I felt a surge of compassion for these tormented souls, their suffering echoing my own. I wanted to help them, to ease their pain, to grant them their freedom. But I also knew that the Spirit was watching, testing me, waiting for me to make a mistake. If I succumbed to their pleas, if I attempted to free them without confronting the Spirit, I would only be playing into its hands, strengthening its power and condemning myself to eternal torment. I resisted their pleas, steeling my resolve, remembering Sarah's words of hope and guidance. "I cannot free you now," I said. "I must first confront the spirit, break its hold on this island, and restore balance to this place. Only then can I release you from your torment." The spectral figures recoiled in anger and frustration, their faces contorting with hatred. "You are just like the others," they cried. "You are selfish, arrogant, and uncaring. You will never free us. You will only doom yourself to eternal torment." They attacked me, their spectral hands reaching out to grasp me, to drag me into their despair. I fought them with my powers, channeling the energy of the light, banishing them back into the shadows. But the experience left me shaken and disturbed, my resolve wavering, my spirit teetering on the edge of despair. I knew that the spirit was testing me, pushing me to my limits, attempting to break my will. I pressed onward, venturing deeper into the island, determined to confront the spirit and to break its hold on this cursed land. I knew that the journey ahead would be long and difficult, that I would face trials and tribulations that would test my limits and push me to the brink of despair. But I also knew that I was not alone. I had the support of my friends, the guidance of my spirit, and the strength of my own soul. I would not surrender. I would not succumb to the darkness. I would fight for freedom, for justice, and for a better world, no matter the cost. The trial of shadows had begun. Chapter 23: The Gauntlet of Illusions and the Price of Truth. The spectral figures were merely the first of many trials that the island threw in my path. As I journeyed deeper into the heart of Serpent's Isle, the landscape itself seemed to conspire against me, conjuring illusions, creating obstacles, and testing my sanity at every turn. It was as if the spirit was probing my mind, searching for my deepest fears and insecurities, and then using them to create a personalized gauntlet of torment designed to break my will and consume my soul. One moment I would be traversing a dense forest. The next I would find myself standing on the edge of a bottomless chasm, the wind howling in my ears, the ground crumbling beneath my feet. I learned to trust my instincts, to rely on my senses, and to question everything that I saw. The only way to survive was to discern the truth from the illusion, to see beyond the surface, and to recognize the spirit's deception. I encountered phantoms of my past, figures from my life who had caused me pain or regret. There was the high priest who had cast me out of the temple, accusing me of heresy and condemning me to exile. There was King Thuron, the paranoid tyrant who had sought to control my powers and then attempted to have me killed. There was Valerius, the traitorous nobleman who had usurped my authority and plunged Veridia into chaos. These phantoms taunted me, reminding me of my failures, blaming me for their misfortunes, and attempting to convince me that I was unworthy of redemption. They forced me to confront my past, to acknowledge my mistakes, and to accept the consequences of my actions. I resisted their influence, refusing to be defined by my failures. I acknowledged my mistakes, but I also recognized that I had learned from them, that they had made me stronger and more resilient. I reaffirmed my commitment to justice, to compassion, and to a better world, declaring that I would not allow the phantoms of my past to control my future. I also faced illusions of my desires, visions of what my life could have been if I had made different choices, if I had embraced power, if I had succumbed to temptation. I saw myself as a powerful queen, ruling over a vast empire worshipped by my subjects, feared by my enemies. I saw myself as a revered prophetess, guiding the world with my wisdom, shaping the future with my powers. I saw myself as a loving wife and mother, surrounded by a happy family, living a life of peace and contentment. These illusions were seductive, tempting me to abandon my quest, to embrace a life of comfort and happiness. They promised me everything I had ever wanted, everything I had ever dreamed of. But I knew that these were lies, fabrications designed to distract me from my purpose, to lure me away from the path of righteousness. I recognized that true happiness could not be found in power, in prestige, or in possessions. It could only be found in serving others, in fighting for justice, and in living a life of meaning and purpose. I rejected the illusions, choosing to remain true to myself, to my values, and to my destiny. The illusions faded, leaving me feeling empty and alone, but also stronger and more resolute. The spirit's gauntlet of illusions tested my sanity, my resolve, and my very identity. It forced me to confront my fears, my insecurities, and my deepest desires. It pushed me to the brink of despair, but it also revealed my inner strength, my unwavering commitment to goodness, and my unyielding belief in the power of hope. With each illusion that I overcame, with each trial that I endured, I felt myself growing stronger, more resilient, and more determined. I was shedding the last vestiges of my past, embracing my true self, and preparing for the final confrontation with the spirit. The price of truth, I was learning, was steep. It required sacrifice, perseverance, and an unwavering commitment to one's own values. But the reward was immeasurable: freedom from the shackles of illusion, a clear vision of one's purpose, and the strength to face any challenge, no matter how daunting. The gauntlet of illusions was hard. Chapter 24: The Mirror of Souls and the Reclamation of Self. The final trial led me to a secluded grotto, a natural cavern illuminated by an ethereal glow emanating from a pool of crystalline water at its center. The air was still and silent, filled with a palpable sense of anticipation. This, I knew, was the heart of the spirit's power, the place where it held sway over the souls trapped on the island. Standing beside the pool was a figure cloaked in shadow, its form shifting and indistinct. As I approached, the figure raised its head, revealing a face that was both familiar and alien, my own. "Welcome, Eliana," the spirit said, its voice a chilling echo of my own. "You have overcome many trials, but your journey ends here. This is the place where you will finally surrender, where you will embrace the darkness and become one with me." I stood my ground, my heart pounding with apprehension, but my resolve unwavering. "I will never surrender to you," I said. "I will never embrace the darkness. I am here to reclaim what you have stolen, to banish you from this island, and to restore balance to this place." The spirit chuckled, a hollow, mirthless sound that echoed through the grotto. "You are a fool, Eliana," it said. "You cannot defeat me. I am a part of you, the part that you have always tried to suppress, the part that desires power, that revels in darkness, that hungers for control. You cannot escape me because you cannot escape yourself." It gestured towards the pool of crystalline water. "Look, Eliana, into the mirror of souls. See your true self, the darkness that lies within you, the evil that you have always tried to hide." I hesitated, fear gripping my heart. I knew that the mirror of souls was a powerful artifact, capable of revealing the deepest secrets of one's being, of exposing the darkness that lurked within even the purest of hearts. I was afraid of what I might see, afraid that the spirit was right, that I was inherently evil, that I was destined to succumb to the darkness. But I also knew that I could not back down. I had come too far to turn back now. I had to face my fears, confront my demons, and embrace my true self, whatever that may be. I stepped forward, my gaze fixed on the pool of crystalline water. As I looked into the mirror, I saw a vision of my soul, a swirling vortex of light and darkness, of good and evil, of hope and despair. I saw my strengths, my courage, my compassion, and my unwavering commitment to justice. But I also saw my weaknesses, my fears, my insecurities, and my capacity for anger, resentment, and even violence. I saw the darkness that had been inflicted upon me, the trauma I had endured, the losses I had suffered. I saw the scars on my soul, the wounds that had never fully healed. And I saw the darkness that I had inflicted upon others, the pain I had caused, the mistakes I had made. I was overwhelmed by the vision, my heart aching with grief, my soul trembling with fear. I wanted to turn away, to flee from the mirror, to escape the truth about myself. But I resisted the urge, forcing myself to confront the darkness, to acknowledge my flaws, and to accept my imperfections. I realized that I was not perfect, that I was not entirely good, that I was capable of both great acts of kindness and great acts of cruelty. But I also realized that I was not defined by my darkness. I was defined by my choices, by my actions, by my commitment to fighting for justice, to promoting compassion, and to spreading hope. I had the power to choose to embrace the light, to overcome the darkness, and to become the person I wanted to be. The Spirit watched me, its face a mask of anticipation, waiting for me to succumb to despair, to embrace the darkness, and to surrender to its power. But I did not surrender. I embraced the light within myself, drawing upon my strength, my courage, and my compassion to banish the darkness from my soul. I forgave myself for my mistakes, I accepted my imperfections, and I reaffirmed my commitment to goodness. I turned to face the Spirit, my eyes filled with resolve, my heart filled with peace. "You are wrong," I said. "I am not you. I am Eliana, and I am more than just my darkness. I am the sum of my choices, the product of my experiences, and the master of my own destiny." The Spirit recoiled in anger, its form dissolving, its power fading. "You cannot defeat me," it cried. "I am a part of you. You will never be free of me." "You are not a part of me," I said. "You are a parasite, a leech, a creature of darkness that has fed upon my fears and insecurities. But I am no longer afraid of you. I have faced my demons, confronted my darkness, and reclaimed my soul. You have no power over me anymore." I raised my hands, channeling the energy of the light, and unleashed a torrent of power that engulfed the Spirit, banishing it from the grotto, severing its connection to the mirror of souls, and shattering its hold on the island. The grotto was filled with light, the darkness banished, the air cleansed. The pool of crystalline water shimmered with a radiant glow, reflecting the beauty and the purity of my soul. I had faced my final trial, confronted my darkest fears, and reclaimed my true self. I was whole again, stronger than ever before, ready to embrace my destiny. As the Spirit vanished, I felt a wave of energy ripple through the island. The trapped souls, freed from their torment, rose from the shadows, their faces filled with joy and gratitude. They turned to me, their eyes shining with hope, and offered me their blessings. "Thank you, Eliana," they said. "You have freed us from this prison. You have restored balance to this island. You have shown us the way to the light." They faded away, their spirits finally at peace, their souls released to journey to the afterlife. The island began to transform, the darkness receding, the landscape healing, the colors becoming more vibrant. The twisted trees straightened, the barren rocks sprouted vegetation, and the stagnant swamps began to flow with fresh water. Serpent's Isle was no longer a prison for the damned, a haven for evil. It was a sanctuary, a place of healing, a testament to the power of hope and the resilience of the human spirit. I left the grotto, venturing out into the transformed landscape. The sun was shining, the birds were singing, and the air was filled with the scent of flowers. Serpent's Isle was no longer a place of darkness, but a place of beauty, a place of peace, a place of new beginnings. I walked along the beach, my heart filled with gratitude, my soul filled with joy. I was no longer the shadow walker, the creature of darkness driven by a single-minded desire for revenge. I was Eliana, a healer, a guide, a beacon of hope, ready to use my powers to make the world a better place. As I stood on the shore, gazing out at the ocean, I saw a ship approaching, its sails billowing in the wind. It was a merchant vessel, sailing from Veridia, sent to search for survivors of the shipwreck. I hailed the ship and the crew recognized me, their faces lighting up with relief and joy. They brought me aboard, offering me food, water, and a warm welcome. As the ship set sail, leaving Serpent's Isle behind, I knew that I would never forget my experience on this cursed land. I had faced my greatest fears, confronted my darkest demons, and reclaimed my true self. I had learned the importance of hope, the power of forgiveness, and the unwavering strength of the human spirit. I was ready to return to the world to share my experiences, to inspire others, and to continue the fight for justice, for compassion, and for a better future. The reclamation was complete. Chapter 25: The Homecoming and the Seeds of the Future. The voyage back to Veridia was smooth and uneventful, a stark contrast to the tumultuous journey that had led me to Serpent's Isle. The sailors, initially wary of me, now treated me with respect and admiration, captivated by my tales of the island, my battles against the darkness, and my transformation from a creature of shadow into a beacon of hope. As we approached Veridia, I could see the city gleaming in the distance, its walls rebuilt, its streets bustling with activity, its spirit vibrant and alive. The sight filled my heart with joy and pride. Despite the trials and tribulations, the sacrifices and the losses, Veridia had thrived, its people resilient, its future bright. The ship docked in the harbor and I disembarked, stepping onto the familiar streets, feeling a surge of emotion wash over me. It was good to be home. I was greeted by a crowd of cheering citizens, their faces filled with joy and relief. They had heard of my survival, of my defeat of the spirit on Serpent's Isle, and of my return to Veridia. They saw me as a hero, a savior, a symbol of hope. Miriam was among the crowd, her eyes filled with tears of joy. She rushed towards me, embracing me tightly, her voice trembling with emotion. "Eliana," she cried, "you're back. We thought we had lost you forever." I smiled, returning her embrace. "It's good to be back, Miriam," I said. "I missed you all so much." Miriam led me through the streets, the crowd parting to make way for us, their cheers echoing through the city. We arrived at the palace where the council was waiting to greet me. The council members rose to their feet as I entered the room, their faces filled with respect and admiration. They thanked me for my service to Veridia, honoring me for my sacrifices, and welcoming me back with open arms. "Eliana," the chief counselor said, "we are overjoyed to see you return. Veridia has missed your leadership, your wisdom, and your compassion. We ask that you resume your position on the council to help us guide our city towards a brighter future." I was touched by their offer, but I knew that I could not accept. I had learned a great deal during my time away from Veridia, about myself, about the world, and about my destiny. I realized that my path lay not in leading a city, but in serving a larger purpose, in spreading hope and healing wherever I may go. "Thank you for your offer," I said, "but I must decline. I have come to realize that my destiny lies beyond Veridia, in helping others, in fighting for justice, and in promoting peace throughout the world. I will always be a friend of Veridia, but I cannot commit myself to leading this city." The council members were disappointed by my decision, but they respected my choice and wished me well on my journey. I spent several weeks in Veridia, reconnecting with my friends, sharing my experiences, and offering my guidance to the council. I helped them to establish new policies, to strengthen their defenses, and to promote education and health care. I empowered them to lead Veridia towards a future of prosperity and peace. Before I left, I visited Sarah's grave in the hidden canyon, paying my respects to my mentor, my guide, and my friend. I knelt beside her grave, my heart filled with gratitude, my soul filled with peace. "Thank you, Sarah," I whispered. "You have taught me so much. You have shown me the way to the light. I will never forget you. I will honor your memory by continuing the fight for justice, for compassion, and for a better world." I left a bouquet of wildflowers on her grave, a symbol of hope, of resilience, and of the enduring power of love. As I prepared to depart from Veridia, I knew that I was leaving behind a city that was stronger, more prosperous, and more united than ever before. The seeds of the future had been planted, and they were beginning to sprout, promising a harvest of peace, justice, and prosperity. I set sail from Veridia, embarking on a new journey, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. I knew that the world was full of darkness, of suffering, and of injustice, but I also knew that it was full of light, of hope, and of compassion. And I, Eliana, the scarred soul, the wandering hope, would be there to fight for the light, to heal the wounded, and to inspire the world with the power of love. As the ship sailed towards the horizon, I looked back at Veridia, my heart filled with pride and gratitude. I knew that I had made a difference, that I had left a lasting legacy, and that my journey had just begun. The seeds of the future are now planted. The end.